Chapter 196. The blood beast sect's evil youth's move shocked Cui Jing, his wife, and Ling Shiqi. At this moment, Ling Shiqi was even more careful to restrain his aura. He also had the beast essence devil technique. It was said that similar techniques could sense each other. The evil youth looked at Cui Jing and said darkly, "Are you very familiar with the demonic miasma mountain range?" When Cui Jing heard this, he immediately realized that his chance of survival had come. He immediately nodded frantically. The evil youth's gaze turned to Shi Yanjun. Cui Jing's body moved slightly and faintly protected her behind him. He said, "She is my wife. We have been active in the demonic miasma mountain range for almost 10 years. I don't dare to boast, but I know the environment and terrain of the periphery like the back of my hand. If you have any orders, we are willing to serve you like dogs and horses." The evil youth nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the Qin family disciple who was lucky to survive and asked, "What about you?" "Ah." The Qin family disciple couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before saying, "I'm not familiar with this place." "Oh, then what's the use of having you?" the evil youth muttered to himself. Then, with a wave of his hand, 5 blood-colored claw shadows suddenly cut through the sky and instantly grabbed that person's throat. The Qin family disciple originally thought that he had escaped a disaster and was grateful to the people from the Blood Beast sect. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of his savior. The evil youth smiled evilly at Cui Jing and said, "I also like to kill the disciples of sects and aristocratic families." Cui Jing secretly swallowed his saliva and nodded silently. The evil youth continued, "Take us to the border between the periphery and the inner area first." "Yes, please follow me." Cui Jing immediately bowed and led the few people to the depths of the periphery. After the few people walked away, Ling Shiqi appeared. He didn't follow. The appearance of the Blood Beast sect was as Sikong Shou of the Imperial Beast Abode had expected. However, the Imperial Beast Abode had obviously come prepared and had obtained a detailed map. On the other hand, the Blood Beast sect wanted to capture someone as a guide. There must be something fishy about the disciples of 2 top forces appearing here at the same time, but Ling Shiqi didn't have the time to care about other people's business. Besides, he didn't have the ability to do so. However, Ling Shiqi was a little surprised by the demonic young man's behavior. He thought of the 5 demonic cultivators he had met in Boiwanhu's tomb. They were very crazy and extreme. Perhaps this was the reason why devil cultivators were not liked by others. After that, Ling Shiqi walked all the way out of the demon miasma mountain range. If he met any spirit cultivators, he would go around them. If he met any spirit beasts, he would kill them with lightning speed. When he walked out of the mountain range, there were already 2 more balls of spirit beasts. After returning to the city, Ling Shiqi replenished himself with a large amount of food and miasma-repellent pills as quickly as possible. However, he was not in a hurry to go back because he knew that he had to rest and relax during cultivation. Although these 2 days hadn't been long, he had killed several rank 2 demonic beasts and refined their demonic blood to break through to the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. Right now, he needed to stabilize himself. At this time, Ling Shiqi wandered the streets. Looking at one shop after another, he came up with a plan. He remembered that when he was in Shangyang City, he used the system's unlimited skill points to learn 2 rank 2 spirit skills for free. Shangyang City was only a small city and did not even have a single rank 3 spirit skill. However, Demon Suppressing Town was completely different. Not to mention other things, just the size of the city was equivalent to 10 Shangyang cities. Not to mention, everyone here was a spirit cultivator. Spirit cultivator shops were everywhere. There would definitely be rank 3 spirit skills. Thinking of this, Ling Shiqi turned into a nearby shop. After a while, Ling Shiqi walked out expressionlessly. As expected, this shop did indeed have rank 3 spirit skills, and there were quite a few of them. Unfortunately, the shop only gave him a brief introduction and a few essentials of the spirit skills. They did not take out the real ones, so he returned empty-handed. Of course, this was also within Ling Shiqi's expectations. He was not too disappointed. Following this, Lin Shiqi continued to walk to the next shop. When the sun set in the west and night fell, Lin Shiqi walked out of the last shop with a tired expression. However, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He spent more than half a day visiting all the shops that sold cultivation methods and spiritual techniques. In the end, more than 90% of the shops didn't show him the real deal. Even if he asked for them, they would not let him. Someone had also explained to him that someone had once used a secret technique to record everything they saw in an instant. That was why they couldn't show the real copy of any cultivation method or spiritual technique that was sold to customers. This was the case for most shops. However, there were always some that slipped through the net for Lin Shiqi. Those were the more remote shops. For example, the small shop behind Lin Shiqi was located in the most remote corner of demon-suppressing town. Usually, there were very few customers who could come here. When Lin Shiqi asked to see the real spirit skills, the shop owner hesitated but agreed in the end. In addition to the previous store, Lin Shiqi now had 3 more third-stage spiritual techniques in his repertoire of spiritual techniques. They were the Flying Rain Blade Technique, Silver Thread Thousand Brushing Hands, and Fire Symbol Technique. The Flying Rain Blade Technique was similar to the Extreme Shadow Blade Technique that he cultivated before. They were both fast blades. When cultivated to the extreme, the blade force would be as fierce as a torrential rain. Without using the half-moon rapid light slash, he had a good way to defend against enemies. The Silver Thread Thousand Brushing Hands was a special spirit skill. In fact, it was more suitable for female spirit cultivators to cultivate. When this spirit skill was cultivated to perfection, the attack would be like thousands of silver threads. It was a spirit skill that used softness to conquer strength. As for the Fire Symbol Technique, it was a very rare rank 3 spirit skill. Furthermore, it was a purely offensive spirit skill. It was just that this spirit skill could not be cultivated by normal spirit transformation realm spirit cultivators. Only those in the spirit pulse realm could fully grasp it. Lin Shiqi was very satisfied that he had earned 3 rank 3 spirit skills for free. Then, he casually found an inn to stay in and cultivated all 3 of his spiritual skills to the Great Circle realm. At noon the next day, Lin Shiqi packed up and left the inn, preparing to enter the demonic miasma mountain range again. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the inn, he saw a small group of people running over in a panic. Each of them was carrying a seriously injured person. They were probably going to seek help. The people beside him were also surprised and said, "Isn't that the Green Shadow Squad? That's a slightly famous team. Why does it seem like they suffered heavy losses?" I also just came back from the demonic miasma mountain range. You don't believe me, there were a few rank 3 spirit beasts in the outer area. I almost didn't make it back. Lin Shiqi's footsteps paused and he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 197. The people of the Blood Beast sect had just entered the demonic miasma mountain range, and then something like this happened. Lin Shiqi felt that this had something to do with the people of the Blood Beast sect and the Imperial Beast camp. However, although there were a few more rank 3 monsters in the periphery and it had become even more dangerous, Lin Shiqi still resolutely walked towards the entrance of the mountain range. He still remembered his purpose in coming to the demonic miasma mountain range, which was to hunt rank 2 monsters and refine their blood. He felt that as long as he didn't go deep into the mountain range, there shouldn't be any problems hunting monsters in the periphery. Moreover, he had the Byakugan, so he could observe the movements in the surroundings. He wasn't afraid of suddenly bumping into a rank 3 monster. When he arrived at the large square near the city gate, he found that there were significantly fewer people setting up stalls here. Moreover, there were many injured people entering the city. There was a faint tension in the air. Lin Shiqi was one of the few people who went against the flow. After entering the mountain range, he followed the familiar route on the system map. However, he didn't walk long before he encountered a rank 2 monster, which surprised him a little. Because this place was too close to the demon-suppressing city, it was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be any monsters here. However, Lin Shiqi didn't kill this monster. There were other spirit cultivators nearby. Some were coming in and some were going out. If he made too much noise, it would definitely attract others. He didn't want to expose his demonic beast essence technique. Therefore, he could only go around the monster and continue to walk inside. The more he walked, the more he found that he encountered monsters. There were many more monsters here than 2 days ago. He didn't know what caused it, and he didn't want to know. He only knew that his chance had come. Now that there were hardly any people around, he began his journey of hunting demonic beasts. Leng Shiqi, who was at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, was even stronger. His speed of killing monsters was even faster. In one day, he had killed a total of 4 rank 2 monsters. Moreover, each of them was killed with lightning speed. If this spread out, no one would believe it. One must know that usually, the demon hunters would only be able to kill a rank 2 demon beast by combining the strength of several people and using all of their means. If one wanted to hunt a rank 2 demonic beast alone, one would need to be a disciple of a large sect who was half a step into the spiritual pulse realm or a spiritual pulse realm expert. Of course, Leng Shiqi had never been so arrogant as to compare himself to a spirit pulse realm cultivator. It was just that the few moves he had comprehended were all very powerful, but he could only use these few moves over and over again. If he really fought with a spirit pulse stage cultivator, he could just hand over his 3 axes and think about how to escape. At night, the demonic miasma mountain range was even more dangerous. How to safely spend the night in the mountain range was the biggest headache for everyone who entered. But for Leng Shiqi, it was very simple. He found a relatively secluded place, directly sank deep into the ground, and opened up a small space, enough for him to spend the night peacefully. On this night, Leng Shiqi was refining a ball of demonic beast blood when he suddenly felt a faint fluctuation of spirit energy enter his body. Leng Shiqi frowned, but his heart was slightly shocked. He was currently deep underground, but the fluctuation of spirit energy was able to reach here. It could be imagined how strong it was. However, he did not stop and continued to refine the demonic beast blood, turning it into his own spirit energy. After a while, he finally completely refined the ball of demonic beast blood, but he was not very satisfied with the result. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was higher, but after refining a ball of rank 2 demonic beast blood, his spirit energy did not increase by much. At this rate, he would need to refine dozens of balls of demonic beast blood to reach the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. There was no lack of demonic beasts in the demonic miasma mountain range, so Leng Shiqi was not worried about not having enough demonic beast blood. What he was most worried about was time and the future. After all, the spirit energy obtained from refining demonic beast blood was not pure, so he needed to slowly refine it. He could only refine demonic beast blood once a day at most. At this rate, it would take him at least a month to break through to the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Although this was already a very shocking progress, it was still too slow for Leng Shiqi. If this continued, how long would it take for him to reach the peak of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm? Even if he reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, there was still a huge bottleneck waiting for him. How would he break through? It has to be said that countless people were unable to break through that barrier their entire lives, so Leng Shiqi couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Half a year was still too short. However, this was already the fastest method Leng Shiqi could think of. There was another unstable method, and that was the lottery. The last time Leng Shiqi drew a lottery, it was to assassinate Chu Xinran. Since then, he had been restraining himself. Even though he had plundered the resources of the Chinko Hall and hunted demonic beasts over the past few days and had more than 900 system coins, he did not draw a lottery. This was because drawing a lottery was addictive and torturous. Instead of drawing a lottery with a little bit of system coins, it was better to save up and draw 10 times in a row. It was said that the probability would be higher. It's only been a few days. Let's wait a bit more. Maybe there will be a turn for the better in the future. If it really doesn't work, I'll draw a lottery. Leng Shiqi thought to himself. Then, he planned to refine his spirit energy. However, at this moment, an even more violent spirit energy fluctuation came from above his head. Even the ground shook a few times. Ling Shiqi's expression became serious. To be able to cause this kind of fluctuation, it had to be an expert at the 4th level of the sky realm. He immediately opened his supercilious eyes and looked up. In his field of vision, dozens of spirit energy balls of different sizes suddenly appeared. Half of them were humans, and the other half were beasts. The strange thing was that this was not a spirit cultivator fighting a demonic beast, but a human fighting another human, a beast fighting another beast. Among them, there were undoubtedly 4 spirit energies that were the most powerful, and they all had the enormous spirit energy of the spirit pulse realm. Seeing this, Ling Shiqi suddenly thought of a possibility. This is a fight between the people of the Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect. However, haven't they already entered the inner region? Why are they fighting here? Although Ling Shiqi was shocked, he did not dare to show his head at this time. He even stayed a little further away and silently observed from the edge of the supercilious eye's field of vision. The Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect were both top forces that were proficient in the art of controlling beasts. The strength of the disciples of both sides was also on par, but the Blood Beast sect had one more spirit cultivator at the spirit transformation realm than the Imperial Beast Camp. If it was a fight between ordinary sects, one more spirit cultivator at the spirit transformation realm would not affect the overall situation. However, this was the Blood Beast sect. This was not only a spirit cultivator at the spirit transformation realm, but also a second-rank blood beast. The situation was not good for the Imperial Beast Camp. At this time, Ling Shiqi accidentally discovered that there was a dying demonic beast lying next to their fighting range. Moreover, the aura of the demonic beast was very familiar to Ling Shiqi. It was the Red Crag Beast. Chapter 198. Ling Shiqi noticed that the Red Crag Beast was breathing out more than it was inhaling, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Since the blood of a rank 2 monster did not increase his spiritual power by much, what about a rank 3 monster? Thinking of this, Ling Shiqi's heart suddenly became excited. Not only that, but the corpse of a rank 3 monster was also worth a lot of system coins, and Ling Shiqi valued the monster core of the Red Crag Beast the most. The 2 beast essence battle patterns on his body were both from rank 2 monsters, which had already greatly increased his combat power. During this period of time, he also had about 10 rank 2 monster cores in his hands, but he was unwilling to give up the spiritual Ruin Beast King's beast essence battle pattern for the silver-scaled fire-armored crocodile. However, if he had the rank 3 monster core of the Red Crag Beast, then he would not have to worry so much. This Red Crag Beast was clearly a monster with extremely strong defense, and could be used to replace the silver-scaled fire-armored crocodile's beast essence battle pattern. Just the thought of having the Red Crag Beast's beast essence battle pattern made Ling Shiqi feel an inexplicable excitement. He had decided to do it this time. However, a problem came with it. If he wanted to snatch the Red Crag Beast from the disciples of the Imperial Beast Camp and Blood Beast sect, it was undoubtedly like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. He had to think of a foolproof plan. As Ling Shiqi observed their battle, his eyes flickered with a bright light. The safest way he thought of was to quietly take the Red Crag Beast away without anyone noticing. Generally speaking, monsters could not be put into mustard seed bags, unless it was a special spirit beast bag. Spirit beast bags were extremely precious, and only the disciples of the Imperial Beast Camp had them. The Red Crag Beast could not be directly put into the system space either, and the system space could only store inanimate objects. So what Ling Shiqi had to do was to kill the dying Red Crag Beast as quickly as possible when no one was paying attention, and then put it into the system space. With a plan, Ling Shiqi began to act. On the ground, the people of the Imperial Beast Camp and Blood Beast sect were fighting fiercely. The scene of the disciples of these 2 factions fighting was really big. There weren't many of them, only 11 people in total. But if there were 11 demonic beasts, and 2 of them were third-order demonic beasts, then the situation would be completely different. The destructive power of the 11 demonic beasts could only be described as terrifying. Within a radius of several tens of meters, the plants and trees were sent flying, and the ground was filled with deep craters. It was simply a terrible sight to behold. Such a shocking movement would naturally be noticed by many people, but no one in the surroundings dared to approach. They had already run as far away as possible for fear of being affected. The most intense battle was between Sikong Shou, who was at the spiritual pulse realm, and the evil youth. Sikong Shou's hands pointed out repeatedly. His fingers shone with a faint starlight. Every time he pointed out, a starlight would shoot out. Beside him was a Tier 3 giant wolf demonic beast. The giant wolf demonic beast's body also had specks of starlight that reflected off Sikong Shou's brilliance. As for his opponent, the evil youth, he was not at a disadvantage at all. He had 5 claws, and each of his 10 fingernails were more than 3 inches long. Facing Sikong Shou's starlight finger force, he waved his arms, sending out blood-colored claw shadows that tore apart the finger force. Beside him, there was also a demonic beast that was fighting with Sikong Shou's giant wolf demonic beast. However, this demonic beast was very special and was more familiar to Ling Shiqi. That demonic beast did not have any beast skin on its body, revealing its flesh and meridians. It was as if a layer of its skin had been peeled off. However, this demonic beast's body was covered in a dense blood-colored light. To a certain extent, it was actually suppressing Sikong Shou's giant wolf demonic beast. Sikong Shou knew that the blood beast sex blood beasts had always been very powerful. He also admitted that his starry night wolf king was a bit weaker than the other party's blood beast. He looked again. In the battle between the spirit transformation realm disciples, they were already lacking 1 person and 1 beast. They were completely at a disadvantage. At this moment, Sikong Shou said in a deep voice, "Zhuoduanya, you and I are only here to find clues about the great demon. Why do we have to fight to the death over a Zhu crag beast?" The evil youth, Zhuoduanya, coldly smiled and said, "What a joke. That Zhu crag beast was originally discovered by us and was heavily injured by us. You people from the Imperial Beast Camp want to take it away as soon as you come and say that the demonic beast is your friend. Don't disgust me. What, now that you can't beat me, you want to leave? Even if I can't kill you, I can still be happy for a few days after injuring you." Hearing this, Sikong Shou's face became even darker. He said, "Zhuoduanya, do you mean that we won't rest until one of us dies?" "We will not rest until one of us dies." Zhuoduanya growled and attacked even more fiercely. As the eldest disciple of the Imperial Beast Camp's younger generation, Sikong Shou was also the first to break through to the Spirit Pulse realm. He also had some pride in his heart. Now that he was being humiliated by Zhuoduanya like this, boundless anger surged out from his chest. He put 3 of his fingers together and released a starlight finger that was as thick as an arm. The battle between the two became even more intense. Just as they were fighting until the sky turned dark, 2 muffled sounds suddenly came from the Zhu crag beast's body. The Zhu crag beast also growled. However, in this battlefield, the roars of demonic beasts and the sounds of weapons and spiritual skills clashing could be heard everywhere. No one noticed this sound. In a situation where no one was aware, 2 waves of inner strength broke into the Zhu crag beast's body. However, this Zhu crag beast not only had a shocking defense on the outside, even its internal organs were extraordinary. Those 2 waves of inner strength did not cause too much damage to it. Soon after, a strong spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from under the Zhu crag beast's body. A huge cross-shaped brilliance drilled out from the ground and pierced a huge wound on the Zhu crag beast's body. This kind of movement finally attracted the attention of a few people nearby. When they turned their heads, they saw a strange, silver-white, muscular man break out from the ground. That muscular man's left hand turned into a pitch-black ghost claw. Demonic chi rose from the ghost claw and a cold wind whistled. It even carried a trace of killing intent. The demonic claw still ruthlessly tore open the red crag beast's wound, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood. Immediately after, a purple half-moon bloomed in the dark night. However, this half-moon was a blade full of sharpness. The purple crescent sword chi deeply cut into the Zhu crag beast's body and strangled its remaining life force. At this moment, the people nearby finally reacted. Especially the disciples of the Imperial Beast Abode. Their original intention was not to kill the Zhu crag beast, but to bring it back and nurture it. They immediately gave up on their original opponents and rushed over together. However, just as they approached, more than 10 sharp earth spikes pierced out from the ground. This immediately made them a little flustered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Shiqi withdrew his sword chi and easily pierced the Zhu crag beast's flesh. Immediately after, a dozen waves of sword chi burst out and finally extinguished its last trace of life. At the same time, he waved his hand and put the Zhu crag beast's corpse into the system space. Immediately after, he exploded with his fastest speed and turned around to escape. Chapter 199. From the moment Lin Shiqi activated the dual beast origin battle patterns to the moment he took the red crag beast's corpse and fled, all of this happened in the span of a few breaths. The Imperial Beast Abode disciples who had caught up immediately shouted, "Who dares to steal our Imperial Beast Abode's spirit beasts?" This voice naturally reached Sikong Shou and Zhuoduanya's ears. The two of them were in the midst of a fierce battle, and when they heard this, they turned around and saw the silhouette of a silver-white brawny man quickly leaving. They sensed that the person was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Zhuoduanya was immediately enraged and roared, "How dare you pull a tooth from the tiger's mouth? I'll tear you apart." Even though Sikong Shou had a high level of cultivation, he was still shocked and angry at this moment. He whistled softly, and the Starry Night Wolf King, who was still fighting fiercely with the blood beasts, retreated from the battlefield and arrived beside Sikong Shou with a few leaps. Sikong Shou mounted the Starry Night Wolf King and directly turned into a streak of starlight as he chased after the wolf. In a few blinks of an eye, he overtook Zhuoduanya. The Starry Night Wolf King could not compare to Zhuoduanya's blood beasts in a frontal battle, but its speed was far superior. Lin Shiqi opened his supercilious eyes and immediately noticed Sikong Shou and the Starry Night Wolf King speeding over. Being chased by a spirit pulse realm expert and a rank 3 demonic beast, his heart could not help but rise to his throat. In just a few breaths of time, the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. However, since he dared to do such a thing, he must have made some preparations. 2 small balls of demonic aura appeared in Lin Shiqi's hands, and the demonic aura instantly condensed into 4 flying daggers. He did not even look and directly shot the 4 flying daggers behind him. When Sikong Shou saw the 4 flying daggers, his eyes flashed with contempt and disgust. Because the Imperial Beast Abode and the Blood Beast sect had been fighting non-stop, the disciples of the Imperial Beast Abode had always hated demonic cultivators. 4 flying daggers flew over in an instant. Sikong Shou flicked his finger, and a finger force similar to starlight surged out, directly smashing the 4 devil chi flying daggers into pieces. However, the 4 flying daggers did not dissipate after being shattered. Instead, a large amount of black devil chi exploded in the air. The devil chi was not dangerous at all, but it completely enveloped Sikong Shou and the Starry Night Wolf King, blocking their vision. Of course, Lin Shiqi knew that his devouring light flying dagger would be useless against a spirit pulse realm cultivator and a rank 3 monster beast. Therefore, after throwing out the flying dagger, he released all the devil chi he had gathered and drilled into the ground. After sinking to the ground, Lin Shiqi didn't dare to stop at all. He continued to dive at the fastest speed and observed Sikong Shou's movements with his supercilious eyes. Sikong Shou was enveloped by the devil chi. With a wave of his arm, a majestic spiritual power surged out and formed a hurricane around him, blowing away all the devil chi. But at this moment, the silvery muscular man was no longer in his sight. Sikong Shou's handsome face was as gloomy as water. He patted the Starry Night Wolf King, and the Wolf King immediately jumped to the place where the Lin Shiqi had burrowed into the ground and howled. You're saying that he disappeared here? Sikong Shou understood what the Starry Night Wolf King meant, but when he looked around, he didn't see anyone. At this moment, his eyes flashed. Since there was no one around and he couldn't have gone up to the sky, then he could only have gone underground. The spiritual power in Sikong Shou's body circulated at the fastest speed. Starlight flashed around his body, illuminating the night sky. He flicked his 10 fingers and 10 rays of starlight shot into the ground. Leng Shiqi sensed the 10 rays of dangerous energy through his supercilious eyes. He quickly moved out of the ground and ran forward. Sikong Shou's 10 rays of energy shot into the ground, but the rocks under the ground continued to wear down the energy. When the rays of energy reached the place where the Leng Shiqi was, they dissipated. Leng Shiqi was already several feet away and completely avoided the 10 rays of starlight energy. On the ground, Sikong Shou was still carefully sensing his own energy. However, when he realized that the energy didn't hit anyone, his expression became even uglier. At this moment, Zhuoduanya finally arrived. When he saw Sikong Shou's expression, he knew that he didn't catch up. He immediately mocked, "Oh, the leader of the younger generation of the Imperial Beast Camp can't even catch up to a little spirit transformation realm cultivator. You really live up to your name." No matter how good Sikong Shou's temper was, he still shouted, "What, do you want to fight again?" Zhuoduanya saw that he had completely angered Sikong Shou and felt extremely carefree. However, since the Zhu Crag beast was already stolen, there was no need for them to continue fighting. After all, they didn't come to the Demon Miasma mountain range to kill each other. They had more important things to do. Although Zhuoduanya didn't have the intention to continue fighting, when he thought about how the Zhu Crag beast was stolen right under their noses, he couldn't help but feel angry. However, even Sikong Shou's Starry Night Wolf King couldn't catch up to that person, so he definitely couldn't. He could only secretly remember the silvery white man's figure. If he met him again in the future, he would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, he also felt a little strange. He actually felt that the aura of the sturdy man was a little familiar, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. In the end, Zhuoduanya and Sikong Shou exchanged a few words before leaving with their own people. Leng Shiqi, who had stolen the Zhu Crag beast's corpse, had been moving stealthily underground. He only stopped when he had used up more than half of his spirit energy. Along the way, his heart had been beating very fast. He was afraid that the other party had some special method to lock onto his aura or tracks. At this point, he had almost run out of the Demon Miasma mountain range. He knew that the people from the Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect were searching for something in the mountain range and wouldn't easily come out. Only then did he feel relieved. However, when he saw the corpse of the Zhu Crag beast in his system backpack, his heart began to burn with passion again. His actions this time could be said to be snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, he had a lot of strange methods on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so smooth. Leng Shiqi then recovered his spirit energy underground and opened up a room-sized space underground. With a thought, the Zhu Crag beast's rock-like corpse appeared in the space. Leng Shiqi's hands formed a seal, and a thick pillar of blood spurted out from the Zhu Crag beast's wound. After a full 15 minutes, Leng Shiqi's face was covered in sweat. Only then did he condense the Zhu Crag beast's demon blood. He held the ball of demon blood that was so red that it was turning black. Feeling the majestic spirit energy contained in it, he felt a wave of comfort in his heart. After putting away the demon blood, he took out a dagger and dug out the reddish-brown demon core of the Zhu Crag beast. Finally, he sold its corpse to the system for 73 system coins. At this point, the Zhu Crag beast had completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 200. Leng Shiqi looked at the extra 73 system coins and his heart skipped a beat. He remembered the black bruiser egg that he picked up a few days ago at the demon-suppressing town square. That item was worth 273 system coins. Now that a rank 3 monster's corpse was only worth 73 system coins, the black bruiser egg was probably a rank 4 or even rank 5 monster. However, Leng Shiqi had never had the time or the mood to study it, so he could only leave it to collect dust. His top priority was to refine the Red Crag beast's monster blood and refine the new beast origin battle pattern. To refine the beast origin battle pattern, he had to remove the original battle pattern. This was a relatively long process and could not be rushed, so Lin Shiqi decided to refine the red crag beast's monster blood first. He first adjusted his body to the best state, then raised his head and swallowed the rank 3 monster blood. This was the first time he had refined the monster blood of a rank 3 monster. There was a world of difference between a rank 3 monster and a rank 2 monster. It was like the insurmountable gap between the spirit transformation realm and the spirit pulse realm. Therefore, the violent spiritual power contained in the rank 3 monster blood was a bit beyond Lin Shiqi's expectations. The moment the monster blood entered his body, it exploded in an instant. The violent and raging spiritual power rampaged through Lin Shiqi's body, causing his face to twist in pain. However, his willpower was far stronger than ordinary people, and he had 2 rank 4 cultivation techniques. Faced with this situation, Lin Shiqi used the 7 Fiend Blood Art to guide the violent spiritual power. The 7 Fiend Blood Art was a cultivation technique that was good at controlling blood. Under Lin Shiqi's control, the spiritual power in the monster blood was guided into his dantian bit by bit, thus transforming it into his own spiritual power. However, this process was very slow and filled with endless pain. Especially when the monster blood's spiritual power flowed through Lin Shiqi's meridians, his meridians were about to explode. At this time, Lin Shiqi was doing 3 things at once. At the same time, he was using the 9 nether magic pattern to protect his meridians. But in this way, Lin Shiqi's mind was rapidly consumed. Fortunately, Lin Shiqi had plenty of experience in refining demonic blood. He knew that the most difficult part was the beginning period. As long as he could endure it, the power of the demonic blood would become weaker and weaker, while his spiritual energy would become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, he would be able to completely refine it. Therefore, the Lin Shiqi, who was hiding in the dark underground, endured the inhuman pain alone in order to increase his strength. Gradually, the power of the red crag beast's blood began to weaken, and Lin Shiqi slowly took control of the situation in his body. Everything was progressing in a good direction. More than 2 hours later, Lin Shiqi was already sweating profusely, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Exhaustion was written all over his face, but his eyes were abnormally bright. Lin Shiqi let out a breath of turbid air and smiled with satisfaction. Although refining the red crag beast's demonic blood was very difficult and painful, it was fortunate that he had 2 rank 4 cultivation methods and rich experience, so he was able to get through it without any danger. Now, the spiritual energy in Lin Shiqi's body had increased by a lot compared to 2 hours ago. He roughly estimated that the red crag beast's demonic blood was equivalent to more than 10 balls of demonic blood from rank 2 demonic beasts. He estimated that as long as he refined a few more balls of demonic blood from rank 2 demonic beasts, he would be able to cultivate to the peak of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that the red crag beast's demonic blood had saved him nearly a month of time. Although this was the case, Lin Shiqi was not very happy. This was because the spiritual energy he obtained from refining the demonic blood was not pure enough. He would have to spend a few days slowly purifying it. In the following few days, Lin Shiqi obediently stayed underground to polish his spiritual energy. At the same time, he avoided the people from the Imperial Beast Abode and the Blood Beast sect. He did not even show his face. He stole the red crag beast under the noses of the 2 top forces. This matter would definitely be remembered by their disciples, so he needed to avoid the limelight first. In addition, in these few days, even though he was underground, he could occasionally feel a few powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. These were clearly spiritual energy fluctuations that only Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators or rank 3 demonic beasts could emit. One had to know that his location was actually very close to the demon-suppressing town. In this location, rank 2 demonic beasts rarely appeared, but now, rank 3 demonic beasts frequently appeared. This meant that something must have happened in the Demon Miasma mountain range. He could also return to the demon-suppressing town, but he did not have any sources of information in the city. Instead of listening to all kinds of rumors in the city, he might as well rely on his supercilious eyes to observe silently from underground. On this day, Lin Shiqi finally purified the spiritual energy he obtained from refining the demonic blood. However, compared to his own spiritual energy, it was still slightly inferior. This was something that could not be helped. After all, he relied on external objects to obtain his spiritual energy. Then, Lin Shiqi took off his shirt, revealing the beast origin battle pattern of the silver-scaled fire-armored crocodile on his chest. What he needed to do now was to first remove the beast origin battle pattern. According to the demonic beast origin technique, before replacing the beast origin battle pattern, the old battle pattern had to be erased, and this process was not easy to bear. Lin Shiqi closed his eyes and used the method to erase the beast origin battle pattern. He saw the pattern of the silver-scaled fire-armored crocodile on his chest slowly fade. The aura on his body was also gradually weakening. This feeling of strength weakening was an indescribable pain. After a short while, the pattern of the silver-scaled fire-armored crocodile completely disappeared. Lin Shiqi took out the reddish-brown demonic core of the red crag beast. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he swallowed it. After swallowing the demonic core directly turned into countless reddish-brown light spots that surged into his flesh. It was as if there were countless spikes piercing into his body. Lin Shiqi immediately activated the netherworld demonic pattern and began to actively absorb these light spots. He was using the power of the demonic core to temper his body. He had long thought that the power of the red crag beast's demonic core was probably more violent than the demonic blood, so he had a plan. Taking this opportunity to temper his body with the power of the demonic core, he could also greatly reduce the danger of refining the beast origin battle pattern. It was killing two birds with one stone. In this case, Lin Shiqi's physical strength was constantly improving, and the pattern of the red crag beast began to appear on his chest. The process was actually smoother than refining the demonic blood. As time passed, the pattern of the red crag beast became clearer and clearer. When it was completely completed, Lin Shiqi's body underwent a huge change. Lin Shiqi's body grew layers of reddish-brown, rock-like strange substances. These things completely wrapped him up and finally formed a heavy armor. Chapter 201. After successfully refining the beast origin battle pattern, Lin Shiqi's entire body was suddenly covered in a rock-like reddish-brown armor. From the appearance, this armor was 60 to 70% similar to the Zhu crag beasts, and the helmet was almost the same as the Zhu crag beast's head. Lin Shiqi didn't expect that the Zhu crag beast's beast origin battle pattern could directly condense into armor. He gently knocked on his arm, and suddenly, there was a dang-dang sound. Bang! He clenched his fist, and a rank 2 dagger appeared in his hand. He raised the dagger and fiercely stabbed down. With a kacha sound, a crack appeared on the tip of the dagger. Hiss! Lin Shiqi couldn't help but exclaim, "It's that strong." Immediately, he circulated his spirit power, and the dagger suddenly shone with a faint light. Lin Shiqi stabbed his left arm again. This time, the dagger and the armor clashed, producing a clanging sound. The dagger left a small white dot on the armor, and the cracks on the dagger increased. Seeing this scene, Lin Shiqi was pleasantly surprised. He had also predicted that the Zhu crag beast's beast origin battle pattern would be better than the silver-scaled fire-armored crocodiles, but he never expected it to be this strong. This was the beast origin battle pattern of a rank 3 monster. However, just as Lin Shiqi was rejoicing, a slight feeling of exhaustion came from his body. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly removed the beast origin battle pattern. The armor on his body also disappeared, and the feeling of exhaustion eased a little. Lin Shiqi couldn't help but frown again, and muttered, "How long has it been since I activated the Zhu crag beast's beast origin battle pattern? Isn't this consumption too great?" After he successfully refined the beast origin battle pattern, it automatically activated. After that, he tested the hardness of the armor, and it only took a dozen breaths of time for him to feel exhausted. Moreover, when he refined the beast origin battle pattern, he also used the power of the monster core to temper his body. Now, his body was comparable to a spirit cultivator at the middle stage of the pure spirit realm. But even so, it couldn't support the consumption of the beast origin battle pattern. The rank 3 demonic beasts beast origin battle runes were indeed powerful, but the price to pay was not small either. Leng Shiqi said helplessly, it seems that the red crag beasts beast yuan battle pattern can only be used as a last resort. Of course, Leng Shiqi was already very satisfied. After refining the demonic blood and refining the beast chi battle runes, his cultivation and strength had improved. Then, he subconsciously activated his supercilious eyes, trying to see if there were any demonic beasts around. However, he immediately withdrew his supercilious gaze and broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, in his white eye's vision, he saw 8 extremely large balls of spirit energy. Even the weakest among them had a cultivation that far exceeded the spirit pulse realm. One of them had spiritual energy so dense that it was as terrifying as a volcano that was about to erupt. What was even more frightening was that Leng Shiqi noticed that the man actually stopped and looked down. Leng Shiqi was secretly shocked. Did he discover me? Immediately, he used the breath-concealing technique to reduce his aura to the lowest level, feeling uneasy. On the ground, there was a group of 8 people walking past. These 8 people were all wearing black and red robes. They were from the Blood Beast sect. The one walking at the front was a middle-aged man with white hair. He had a mustache and looked a little sinister. As he walked, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked down and let out a soft cry of surprise. The person beside him bowed and asked, Elder Xia, did you find something? Elder Xia said in a serious voice, it's a bit strange. Just now, I suddenly felt that someone was watching us. That gaze flashed by, and the source seemed to be underground. Could it be that the people of the Imperial Beast sect set up a formation? That's possible. That group of sanctimonious people only know how to play such small tricks. Don't worry about it. With me here, they won't be able to do anything. Elder Xia snorted coldly and continued to lead the people of the Blood Beast sect forward. Leng Shiqi waited anxiously underground for a long time, but nothing happened. Only then did he feel relieved. Ever since he had the supercilious eye, he had been using it very smoothly. Only when he was in the tomb of Boiwanhu was the formation limited the supercilious eye's ability to see through things. But today, Leng Shiqi finally understood what it meant by there was always someone better than you. Even if he hid underground and used the supercilious eye to investigate, he could still be detected. This meant that the supercilious eye was still flawed. For a true powerhouse, they were extremely sensitive to everything related to them, even if it was just a gaze. At this moment, Leng Shiqi still had some lingering fear. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now and retracted the supercilious eye, he might have really been caught by that powerhouse. This unexpected incident instantly shattered his joy of refining the beast origin battle pattern. At the same time, he also felt that a major change was about to happen in the demonic miasma mountain range. He just hoped that it wouldn't affect him. He just wanted to hunt a few rank 2 monsters here. Then he directly followed the system map underground to a remote part of the mountain range. There were very few rank 2 monsters here, but it wasn't like there weren't any. Leng Shiqi stayed here and refined the monster blood to increase his strength while hunting monsters to replenish his monster blood. Time passed day by day. After 9 days, Leng Shiqi's cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. However, after reaching the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, the amount of monster blood could increase his cultivation was even less. Fortunately, he still had plenty of time. Combined with spirit stones and pills, his progress wasn't slow. As time passed, more and more rank 3 monsters appeared in the periphery, and Leng Shiqi's range of activity became smaller and smaller. 2 months later, Leng Shiqi finally couldn't stay in the demonic miasma mountain range any longer. This was because the periphery was now filled with rank 3 monsters. Although there were more rank 2 monsters, Leng Shiqi couldn't find a chance to kill them. If he dared to rashly kill a rank 2 monster, it would definitely attract more rank 3 monsters. More importantly, he no longer had any monster blood. Now that he couldn't replenish it and was surrounded by danger, he could only return to the demon-suppressing town to think of a way. Thus, he carefully returned to the entrance of the demonic Miasma mountain range. However, he didn't expect to be stopped by 6 people. Most of the 6 people were at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and they all stared at Leng Shiqi with malicious intent. Leng Shiqi narrowed his eyes at the 6 people and said in a hoarse voice, "Why are you stopping this old man?" A burly man among the 6 shouted, "Old man, hand over everything you have and we'll spare your old life." Leng Shiqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were actually people who wanted to rob him, and they even wanted to rob him. Chapter 202. Leng Shiqi looked at the 6 people who robbed him expressionlessly as if he was looking at 6 dead people. The bearded man became angry when he saw Leng Shiqi ignore him and look at him with such a gaze. He pulled out the large blade on his back and shouted, "Old man, what a pity. Now you don't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Kill him." The bearded man waved his hand and the 5 people behind him pulled out their spirit weapons. Waves of spirit energy spread out and various spirit techniques attacked Leng Shiqi. The bearded man held his large blade, but his blade was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Leng Shiqi. However, Leng Shiqi was still expressionless as he said, "Your blade is quite fast." The bearded man heard this and snorted, "It's too late to flatter, you old man who doesn't know what's good for you." At this moment, the other 5 people also surrounded him. Leng Shiqi held the hilt of his blade and said, "But my blade is faster." Before Leng Shiqi finished speaking, there was a zeng sound as he unsheathed his blades. In an instant, hundreds of light purple blade shadows poured out like a torrential rain. This was the peak stage rank 3 blade technique, the flying rain blade technique. Under the hundreds of blade shadows, the 6 people, including the bearded man, were all shocked. They could only bitterly defend as the sound of metal clashing echoed around them. After 2 or 3 breaths of time, the blade shadows dissipated and blade marks appeared on the 6 people's bodies. Not only did this move resolve the attacks of the 6 spirit transformation realm cultivators, but it also turned defense into offense, injuring the 6 people at the same time. At this moment, Leng Shiqi's aura changed as well. A few faint traces of crimson blood energy appeared around his body. Even his eyes had a hint of blood color. During this period of time, Leng Shiqi had killed an unknown number of second-order demonic beasts and refined an unknown amount of demonic blood. In fact, his body had long been hiding a dense baleful aura. Now that he had the intention to kill, that murderous aura was stirred up. The bearded man saw Leng Shiqi's killing intent and felt a chill down his spine. He knew that he had bitten a hard bone this time. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He suddenly thought of a plan. He planned to encourage the others to continue attacking the strong cultivators while he took the opportunity to escape. However, just as he opened his mouth, before he could speak, one person had already started running. Leng Shiqi glanced at the man who was running away. Then, he stretched out a finger. Suddenly, a flame burst out from the tip of his finger. He drew a line in front of him, and actually drew the word 1 in midair. Leng Shiqi's finger moved slightly, and the 1 character formed by flames shot out like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the back of the fleeing person. The man screamed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. However, the flames on his body were still burning, and a burnt smell drifted over. The remaining 5 people were all ashen. The little old man standing in front of them was not only terrifying with his saber skills, but he was also a spiritual caster. How unlucky were they to rob such a person? Leng Shiqi did not turn his head to look at the dead man. His finger moved again and wrote a fire character in the air. This fire character was completely formed by flames. Just by floating there, it made them feel incomparably hot. Rank 3 spiritual skill, fire. Leng Shiqi said, "Hand over everything you have and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the bearded man's face stiffened. Wasn't this what Leng Shiqi had just said? Between them, the hunter and the prey, their identities had changed in this short period of time. The bearded man knew that Lin Shiqi would not let him go and he would not hand over his things. Since it had come to this, he could only fight to the death. He immediately shouted, "Don't be stupid, do you really think he will let you go? Let's attack together." However, before he could finish his sentence, the fire character floating in the air flew over with a blazing heat wave. The bearded man had been on guard for a long time, but when he wanted to dodge, 3 earthen walls the size of half a door suddenly appeared on his left, right, and back, surrounding him. The bearded man had nowhere to retreat and revealed a look of despair. The fire character was like a fiery beast that devoured him. The bearded man was burned into a pile of charcoal amidst the wails and screams of agony. The remaining 4 people were so scared that their legs trembled. They were among the stronger spirit transformation realm cultivators and had some ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to rob here so blatantly. However, they never thought that spirit transformation realm cultivators could be so strong. If they were given another chance to live, they would never dare to rob an old man again. This old man will say it again. Hand over everything. Lin Shiqi moved his fingers and wrote the word 1 in the flame again as he said coldly. I'll give. Sir, you are my grandfather. This little one was blinded by others to do such a thing. Spare me, I don't want to die. 3 of them began to beg for mercy. Only a middle-aged man with a blue birthmark on his face muttered, ignorant. No matter how much we beg for mercy, he will not let us go. Lin Shiqi naturally heard this. He gently waved his arm and 3 characters shot toward the other 3. Although the 3 of them were begging for mercy, they never let down their guard. When they saw the flames shoot toward them, they quickly dodged. However, unbeknownst to them, a layer of ice had appeared beneath their feet and froze their feet. This layer of ice was not very thick, but the bone-chilling cold invaded their legs and froze their meridians, making them unable to move for a while. In this short instant, the 3 flames had already pierced through their vitals. After Lin Shiqi had cultivated the 3rd-level spiritual skill, fire symbol technique, to the perfection stage, his mind was filled with many more insights on how to use spiritual skills. Thus, he became more adept and nimble in using the previous few spiritual skills. Up until now, only one of the 6 people who came to rob him was left in the blink of an eye, and only a short while had passed. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the birthmark said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Senior's methods are truly superb." Lin Shiqi felt that this person was very interesting. He knew that he was about to die, but he could still remain so calm. Just this alone was not something the other 5 could compare to. Lin Shiqi said, "What is your name?" Yang Zhenqi. Answer a few of this old man's questions and you might be able to live. Chapter 203. Yang Zhenqi said, "Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I answer your question?" Lin Shiqi shook his head and retracted the last flame. He formed a spirit seal and summoned a blood-colored centipede that was as thick as an arm. The blood-colored centipede flashed and entered Yang Zhenqi's body, gnawing on his flesh and blood. Yang Zhenqi's entire body trembled and began to spasm. Yang Zhenqi was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I only want to die quickly." Lin Shiqi's spirit seal changed and he controlled the centipede curse to stop. Yang Zhenqi's complexion became better and he said, "This old man said just now, as long as you answer my question, you may not die, but you have to be my slave for 3 months. This centipede curse will be sealed in your body for 3 months, after that, you can leave on your own." Yang Zhenqi was originally so unyielding because he was prepared to die, but now, a trace of life appeared in front of him, causing his will to be less firm. Even if what the other party said was false, he could still live for 3 more months. People in desperate situations may be able to explode with unimaginable strength and willpower, but if there was a way out, most people would still choose to retreat. Yang Zhenqi was like this. He hesitated for a moment and sighed, "Ask away." Lin Shiqi secretly smiled and asked, in this period of time, did anything special happen in the demon-suppressing town and the demonic miasma mountain range? Yang Zhengqi first looked at Leng 17 suspiciously, and then said honestly, since 2 months ago, a few rank 3 demonic beasts suddenly appeared in the periphery of the demonic miasma mountain range, causing many elite demonic hunter squads to suffer heavy losses. This matter also attracted the attention of many people at the beginning, and the number of people entering the mountain range decreased by a lot. However, more than half of the spirit cultivators in the demon-suppressing town rely on hunting monsters for a living. In order to survive, they still have to enter the mountain range. But that time, less than 30% of the people who entered the mountain range returned. The reason was that rank 3 monsters were appearing one after another like bamboo shoots after a rain. The entire demon-suppressing town suddenly became tense, and about a month ago, the Imperial Beast House and Blood Beast sect of the World Ranking released news that there might be a beast tide in the demonic miasma mountain range. Beast tide? Leng Shiqi paused when he heard this. He could understand what the beast tide meant. But according to his observation in the demonic miasma mountain range for so long, although there were many rank 3 demonic beasts in the periphery, they didn't seem to have any intention of coming out of the mountain range. From Leng Shiqi's point of view, it was more likely that they were chased out by something from the inner region. Moreover, the news of the beast tide was spread by the Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect. This made Leng Shiqi even more suspicious. He asked, "You believe the news released by the Imperial Beast Abode and the Blood Beast sect?" Yang Zhengqi was a little surprised and replied, "Both of them are top sects that are unreachable, and both of them are related to demonic beasts. They shouldn't be deliberately spreading false information. They risked their lives to bring this news out from the inner region. Moreover, the current situation is indeed very similar to the beast tide outbreak recorded in history." Leng Shiqi naturally didn't believe it in his heart, but he still nodded, indicating for Yang Zhengqi to continue. Since then, the demon-suppressing town has been in a state of panic. On the same day, a large number of spirit cultivators left the demon-suppressing town. Now, other than the local residents and the merchants, there are almost no spirit cultivators left in the city. Even the city lord's mansion has decided to seal the city in 3 days. The few of us originally planned to do a few transactions before leaving before the city was sealed, but we didn't expect to meet Senior. When Leng Shiqi heard this, what he cared about the most was not the sealing of the city, but another matter. He said, "Are there any experts from the Imperial Beast Abode and the Blood Beast sect here?" A trace of fanaticism suddenly appeared in Yang Zhengqi's eyes. Senior may not know, but these days, the experts of the 2 sects have been coming one after another. Just the Spirit Pulse realm alone has dozens of spirit cultivators. There are also several Unity of Heaven realm experts who are on par with the City Lord. There are even rumors that experts above the 4 realms of Heaven realm have come to the demon-suppressing town. Experts above the 4 realms of Heaven realm? Leng Shiqi was also shocked. Now that the Spirit Pulse realm was a huge mountain blocking his path of cultivation, he could not imagine what kind of terrifying realm was above the 4 realms of Heaven realm. This made him think of Elder Mu and Elder Gu who brought him and Delta Origi to the Blood Cloak Pavilion. If such an expert really came to the demonic miasma mountain range, then there must be treasures in the mountain range that surpass the knowledge of mortals. Roar! Just as Leng Shiqi was thinking, the sound of demonic beasts suddenly came from behind. Leng Shiqi and Yang Zhengqi's expressions changed slightly. He hurriedly said, "We're almost at the demon-suppressing town, and there are still demonic beasts coming out. Let's enter the city first." Then, the 2 of them ran without stopping. Not long after, they saw the towering city walls of the demon-suppressing town that were as tall as mountains. The city gate, which was originally bustling with people, was now empty. Only a few teams of city guards were patrolling nervously. When the 2 of them walked into the city and saw the empty plaza, Leng Shiqi couldn't help but sigh. More than 2 months ago, there were still countless spirit cultivators who were called demon hunters, gathered in the demon-suppressing demon city. Now, just the news of the possibility of a beast tide riot was enough to make these demon hunters flee. It was truly ironic. Leng Shiqi looked around and suddenly realized that there was a huge wooden board in the middle of the plaza. There seemed to be many words written on it. Yang Zhenqi's voice sounded out at the right time. "Senior, that's a notice from the city lord's mansion recruiting city guards." Recruiting city guards? That's right. After the news of the beast tide came out, things became more and more tense. A few days ago, the Thunder Fire dynasty mobilized 10,000 Scarlet Thunder Army to guard the demon-suppressing town. It's just that the Scarlet Thunder Army is too far away. I'm afraid it will take a few days for them to arrive, and the demon-suppressing town only has 2,000 city guards. Although the city guards are all spirit cultivator and there are many experts, there are still too few of them. Therefore, the city lord's mansion began to recruit city guards. As long as they are willing to join, they will be treated very well. But even so, almost no one will stay here at this time. Leng Shiqi's eyes lit up. He knew that there was an 80% chance that the so-called beast tide would not erupt in the demon miasma mountain range. With his own strength, it would be difficult for him to hunt demonic beasts in the mountain range. If he couldn't hunt demonic beasts, he wouldn't have the demonic blood to quickly increase his cultivation. However, the news of the recruitment of city guards made him think of a way. He immediately said, "Take me to the recruitment place." Chapter 204. When Yang Zhenqi heard Leng Shiqi's words, he could not help but be stunned. He asked in astonishment, "Senior, don't you want to leave the demon-suppressing city?" Leng Shiqi said righteously, "We spirit cultivators not only need to cultivate the spirit qi of heaven and earth, but also need to cultivate our bodies and hearts. Now that the beast tide is approaching, if we don't step forward, who will protect the weak residents of the city?" Yang Zhenqi looked at Leng Shiqi's boundless righteousness and found it hard to guess whether he was telling the truth or not. Thus, he decided to believe him for the time being. He probed, "But, in a few days, the Scarlet Thunder Army will be here. That is one of the most elite armies of the Thunderfire dynasty. It doesn't matter if the two of us are here or not. Don't worry, because of this, we won't be in too much danger even if we join the city guards. Moreover, with this old man here, I can guarantee your safety. Let's go." Leng Shiqi's final attitude was very unyielding. Yang Zhenqi was helpless, his life was still in the hands of Leng Shiqi, he did not dare to disobey, and could only bring Leng Shiqi to the place where the city guards were recruited, which was the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion in the demon-suppressing city was completely different from the one in the Shangyang city. In the Donglin County, due to the existence of the Mountain Sea sect, a powerful and wealthy top force, the power of the spirit cultivator sect in the Donglin County was higher than that of the Thunderfire dynasty. Even in a small success like Shangyang City, not to mention the spirit cultivator sect, even the Three Blades Association and the Chinko Hall could contend against the city lord's mansion. However, it was different in the Eternal Peace County. Because of the Demon Miasma mountain range, there were no top forces in the world ranking. The Thunderfire dynasty completely controlled the Eternal Peace County. For a city like the demon-suppressing city, which was full of spirit cultivators, the city lord's position was held by a great expert of the unity of heaven and man realm. The selection of the city guards was also extremely strict. From their background, past experience, cultivation realm, talent, potential, and other aspects, they had to go through layers of selection before they could join the city guards. Therefore, the city guards were all elites with cultivation, talent, and methods. After all, their usual duty was to maintain the stability of the city. If they wanted to intimidate the spirit cultivators from all over the world, they would not be able to do so without some strength and methods. Now that the situation was special, there were almost no requirements for the recruitment of the city guards. As long as you were willing, you could join. However, when Leng Shiqi and Yang Zhenqi arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion, it could be said to be extremely desolate. Other than a few people setting up a table, there was no one else. At this moment, the thin man sitting at the table wearing the light armor of the city guards saw Leng Shiqi's group arrive. He sensed that they were both at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm and immediately got up to greet them. "I am Wei Hongyi, the corporal of the 3rd Guard of the Demon Subduing City. May I know your names? Lin Shiqi secretly probed and found that he couldn't see through this person's cultivation at all. He replied, I am Lu Xingji, and this is my young friend Yang Zhengqi. We are here to join the city guards and contribute to the demon-subduing city. It's true. That's great. Wei Hongyi was originally just guessing. Now that he heard Lin Shiqi directly say that he wanted to join the city guards, he was naturally very happy. As long as there was one more person in the city guards, the danger they had to bear would be reduced. Moreover, he was on duty today, so anyone who was recruited would be directly under his command. Lin Shiqi said again, I just don't know what the conditions are for joining the city guards. Wei Hongyi waved his hand, both of you are at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. If you are willing to help the demon-subduing city at this time, the city guards will welcome you. However, I still have to record your information. This way, please. Wei Hongyi led Lin Shiqi and Yang Zhengqi to the table next to him and handed over a piece of paper. The contents of the paper were some basic questions. Lin Shiqi picked up the pen and began to write. After a while, they returned the paper to Wei Hongyi. He lowered his head and glanced at it a few times. Then, he revealed a look of surprise and looked at Lin Shiqi and asked, Elder Lu is a spirit cultivator? That's right. Does Corporal Wei not believe me? As Lin Shiqi spoke, a cold aura appeared under his feet. The people beside him suddenly felt a chill and shivered. Wei Hongyi saw this and laughed heartily, Ha, Elder Lu is thinking too much. From now on, the two of you are part of the city guards and belong to my third guard. Lin Shiqi immediately cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Corporal Wei. Yang Zhengqi also said something in agreement. Wei Hongyi reached out to support Lin Shiqi and said, Elder Lu, I don't dare to accept this. Lin Shiqi knew that the reason Wei Hongyi was so warm to him was not only because he was at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, but also because he was a spirit cultivator. Although a spirit cultivator's combat strength was not very strong before reaching the 4th level of the sky realm, they could play a vital role in group battles. Then, Wei Hongyi personally led Lin Shiqi and Yang Zhengqi through the procedures, received the light armor and waist token of the city guards, and finally came to a courtyard. Wei Hongyi said, The two of you can rest here. These are all spirit cultivators that I have recruited. In the future, you will form your own guards, so you can get familiar with them first. Lin Shiqi nodded and said, Thank you, Corporal Wei. I still have duties to do, so I won't disturb the two of you. Lin Shiqi and Yang Zhengqi politely said a few words and sent Wei Hongyi off. They walked into the courtyard and saw more than 10 people talking in the courtyard. Most of them were spirit cultivators of the spirit transformation realm. These people were the people who had been recruited before them. When they saw someone coming, they all looked over. When they noticed that Lin Shiqi was at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, they all had different expressions. Among them, those in the pure spirit realm looked at each other and revealed a look of anticipation. The faces of two people in the spirit transformation realm sank. Lin Shiqi's gaze immediately fell on these two people. Their cultivations were also at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. At this moment, a voice rang out, It seems that there is one more candidate for the captain's position. Lin Shiqi looked at the person who spoke and was a little surprised. That person was actually Huyan Men. However, the current Huyan Men did not look simple and honest at all. Instead, he looked very shrewd. Lin Shiqi secretly remembered this person. When he thought about the captain's position, he understood everything. He kindly said, This old man is Lu Xingji. I have just arrived. I wonder how this old man became a candidate for the captain's position. Another person said, We will form our own guards. The captain's position will naturally be won by the capable. Senior Lu, Deng Li, and Ding Zhou are all at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. The captain will definitely be one of the three. Lin Shiqi nodded and said in a flat tone, In that case, this old man will not decline the captain's position. Chapter 205. The moment Leng Shiqi spoke, everyone's expression changed, especially Deng Li and Ding Xiu. Deng Li was a young man with a thin face, unlike his name. He held a sword wrapped in rags in his arms and said with an unfriendly expression, "Old man, you're already so old. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big?" Ding Xiu, on the other hand, was around 50 years old and a bit sloppy. His small eyes narrowed into slits as he said in a strange tone, "Still calling yourself an old man? Do you really think you're something?" These two people were originally competitors, but now that Leng Shiqi had stood out and acted so arrogantly, it made both of them look bad. They actually had a common enemy. Leng Shiqi said, "Oh, that little brother just said that the position of captain belongs to the capable. Could that be a lie?" "Humph. Arrogant. Let me see if you have the ability." Deng Li's face was filled with anger. He clenched his sword and looked like he was about to attack. Ding Xiu still narrowed his small eyes and remained unmoved. Leng Shiqi stretched out a finger and beckoned. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could feel the contempt in his voice. Deng Li was young and aggressive. He directly pulled out his sword and stabbed out. His sword was a bit strange. The body of the sword, including the hilt, was completely black. At first glance, it looked like a burnt stick. However, the sword energy coming from the sword was extremely sharp. It was quite rare in the spirit transformation realm. Leng Shiqi's left palm flickered with starlight, and a small light blue formation appeared in front of him. A huge sword made of ice emerged from the formation. Leng Shiqi pushed his palm forward, and then an enormous sword of ice that carried an extremely cold aura surged out from it. The giant sword of ice collided with Deng Li's black sword and let out an ear-piercing sound. Upon closer inspection, several cracks appeared on Leng Shiqi's giant sword of ice, but Deng Li's black sword was completely frozen. Leng Shiqi's hand seal changed and the giant sword of ice suddenly turned into a mass of cold air that was enough to block out vision. It was about to swallow Deng Li. Deng Li was still a spirit cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Shocked, he quickly retreated, but just as he was about to move, a few stone pillars as thick as an arm suddenly appeared beside his feet, blocking his path of retreat. The dense cold air completely enveloped Deng Li. When the cold air dissipated, only a lifelike ice sculpture was left. Other than Yang Zhengqi, everyone else was stunned at this time, but they immediately burst into exclamations. Spirit Mage. Spirit Transformation Realm Spirit Mages are so powerful. Subduing Deng Li in one move, I think there's no need to fight for the position of team leader anymore. It's not just subdued. Look at Deng Li, he still can't break through the layer of ice. If Senior Lu continues to attack, he will lose his life. Tisk tsk, no wonder I heard people say that the older a spirit caster is, the more terrifying they are. In fact, it was true. For a normal spirit cultivator, or more accurately, for a martial artist, middle age was the peak of their life. As one grew older, whether it was the body or qi and blood, they would gradually weaken. Naturally, their strength would also slowly decline. This was also the reason why Deng Li and Ding Xiu did not put Leng Shiqi in their eyes at the beginning. However, for a spirit mage, they were not afraid of the aging of their body and the decline of their blood. As long as there was no problem with their spiritual energy and mental strength, they would still be able to unleash their strongest fighting strength. In fact, the older a spirit mage was, the purer their spiritual energy and the higher their mental strength. Therefore, the older a spirit mage was, the scarier they were. Ding Xiu secretly curled his lips and thought that he was lucky that he did not act rashly. It was best to have Deng Li test the opponent's strength. However, he did not expect that this test would cause him to lose his chance to compete for the position of leader. Ding Xiu stood up straight and clasped his hands towards Leng Shiqi. Elder Lu's strength is outstanding. I am ashamed of my inferiority. His words made his position clear. At this moment, a bang sound was heard. Deng Li finally broke through the ice layer. There was still a lot of ice on his face. Even though he used his spiritual energy to expel the cold, it still caused him to shiver. The way Deng Li looked at Leng Shiqi immediately changed. There was fear, humiliation, and a little unwillingness in his eyes. He left a goodbye and walked back to his room. Leng Shiqi thought to himself, as expected, he is still too young. Originally, Deng Li and Ding Zhou did not like Leng Shiqi. In the end, Deng Li was used as an example to others, leaving the impression that he was impulsive and rash. On the other hand, Ding Zhou had completely changed into a good person. He asked about Leng Shiqi's well-being. The difference between people was very obvious. Ding Zhou eagerly walked up to Leng Shiqi and said with a smile, "Captain, I will need you to take care of me in the future." Leng Shiqi shook his head and said, "This old man is not worthy of the title of captain. Perhaps in a few days, there will be someone stronger than this old man." Ding Zhou immediately patted his chest and said, "Of course not. Even if that is the case, I, Ding Zhou, will support Elder to be the captain." "Oh. Then I really have to thank Brother Ding. By the way, how about you introduce this old man to everyone here?" "I actually forgot about this. What a sin. Come, stand over here. This is Wang Lin, he is at the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm. This is..." Ding Zhou enthusiastically introduced the other people to Leng Shiqi, and they all enthusiastically greeted him. If nothing unexpected happened, Leng Shiqi would soon be their captain, so of course they had to flatter him. When Ding Zhou introduced Hu Yanmen, Leng Shiqi looked at him a few more times, but he didn't say anything. He didn't use the aura concealing technique to hide his cultivation because he wanted to smoothly join the city guard and have a place in the city guard. When Hu Yanmen saw Leng Shiqi again, he found that his cultivation had soared from the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm to the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. He guessed that Leng Shiqi had used some kind of method to hide his cultivation. His eyes lit up, but no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Leng Shiqi got to know everyone. He also took out some pills and materials that he didn't need and gave them to everyone as a greeting gift. Everyone's enthusiasm toward him increased even more. Only Yang Zhengqi's eyes twitched slightly. This was because he knew that the things Leng Shiqi gave out were from the robbers he had killed before. Leng Shiqi had first shocked everyone with his powerful strength, and now he had taken out some benefits. His position as captain would be secured, and things would go smoothly in the future. After that, he exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone. Ding Zhou acted as a guide again and helped Leng Shiqi find the best room to settle down in. Chapter 206. That night, Leng Shiqi didn't rest or cultivate. Instead, he sat in his room waiting for someone. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Leng Shiqi said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and a young man walked in. It was Hu Yanmen. Hu Yanmen looked at Leng Shiqi who was sitting on the chair and said, "Senior Lu knew I would come?" Leng Shiqi said, "It's just a guess. Sit." Hu Yanmen didn't hold back and sat across from Leng Shiqi. Senior Lu was at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm 2 months ago. Now you're at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. And you're an extremely rare spirit cultivator. Senior really hit it well. Leng Shiqi said, "Same to you. Little friend Hu Yanmen, if you have something to say, just say it." Hu Yanmen was stunned for a moment. He originally prepared some excuses, but he didn't need to use them. He simply said, "Junior came here to make a deal with Senior." "Oh. Let's hear it." Leng Shiqi revealed an interested expression. Hu Yanmen took out a thin booklet and placed it on the table between them. This is a secret technique that Junior obtained by chance. It's called the soul-splitting art. This secret technique can split your consciousness into 2 parts. One part can control the body while the other part can be immersed in the spiritual space. Senior Lu is a spirit cultivator and should know the value of this soul-splitting art. When Leng Shiqi heard this, his eyes flashed with a strange light. The power of a spirit cultivator's spirit technique was not only related to the strength of the spirit force, but also the strength of the spirit force. To increase the spirit force, one had to immerse their consciousness in the spiritual space and slowly refine it. This process required a long time of refinement to steadily increase the spirit force. However, a person's time was limited. As a spirit cultivator, they had to cultivate their spirit force and spirit techniques at the same time. Because of this, they had very little time to refine their spirit force. However, with the soul-splitting art, it was completely different. This way, they could split a part of their consciousness to refine their spirit force in the spiritual space. It could be said that his spiritual power was growing at every moment. However, there are drawbacks to splitting one's consciousness into two halves. For example, when Lin Shiqi first met Huyan Men, he looked like a simpleton and was always half a beat slower in everything he did. Overall, this soul-splitting technique was indeed extraordinary. However, Lin Shiqi did not think that Huyan Men was a spirit caster, so what was the part of his consciousness that he sent out? Lin Shiqi did not pick up the booklet. Instead, he asked, Huyan, what do you want? Huyan Men smiled faintly and said, what this junior wants is Senior Lu's concealment technique. Lin Shiqi thought to himself that this was indeed the case. The breath-holding technique was not a high-level secret technique, but it was very practical. Moreover, it could have unexpected effects at certain times. Exchanging the breath-holding technique for the mind-splitting technique didn't seem like a bad deal. However, Lin Shiqi was still puzzled. Huyan Men should be a disciple of a spirit cultivator sect. Then, he used the soul-splitting technique to hide his shrewdness and wanted to use the breath-holding technique to hide his cultivation. What was he trying to do? According to Lin Shiqi's understanding of spirit cultivator sects, their disciples should be eager to let everyone know how high their cultivation was so that they would be valued more. Huyan Men saw that Lin Shiqi was silent and thought that Lin Shiqi was not satisfied. He continued, Senior Lu, don't be too greedy. To a spirit cultivator, the value of the soul-splitting technique is comparable to a rank 4 spirit technique. What is Senior Lu hesitating for? This old man can accept this deal, but this old man still has a small condition. Lin Shiqi replied. Huyan Men frowned slightly. He was afraid that Lin Shiqi would demand an exorbitant price, but he still said, Senior, please tell me. Tonight's matter will only be known to the heavens and earth. It cannot be spread to a third person. This old man can see that Huyan Men is not simple, but people like him are often the ones who stir up trouble the most. I don't want to implicate this old man in the future. When Huyan Men heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Senior Lu, you worry too much. As long as this junior leaves this door, even if you beat me to death, I will not admit that I came to find Senior tonight. Lin Shiqi nodded and said, that's good. Little friend, please wait for a moment. Then, Lin Shiqi found a pen and paper in the room and wrote down the breath-holding technique. The two exchanged the breath-holding technique and soul-splitting technique and obtained what they wanted. Lin Shiqi looked at the small booklet in his hand. A line of words appeared in front of his eyes that only he could see. He knew that this soul-splitting technique was real, so he said, the breath-holding technique is not difficult to practice. With little friend Huyan Men's talent, you should be able to master it in less than an hour. Why don't you try practicing it with this old man to verify its authenticity? Senior Lu, why would you deceive this junior? There's no need to verify its authenticity. It's already late, so this junior will not disturb Senior Lu's rest. Huyan Men said politely. Of course, Lin Shiqi would not keep him and sent him out. After returning, Lin Shiqi began to try to practice the soul-splitting technique. This secret technique did not have small success, large success, or great perfection. If you can learn it, you can learn it. If you can't, you can't. He directly used his skill points to learn the soul-splitting technique. Then, he began to experiment. Lin Shiqi sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Shortly after, his consciousness arrived in a pitch-black spiritual space. He controlled his spiritual body to circulate the soul-splitting technique. A part of Lin Shiqi's spiritual body gradually split out. The size was only about 1/10 of the original body. Moreover, that small part of it still had its own consciousness and was wandering around. Then, Lin Shiqi left the spiritual space. He opened his eyes. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his eyes were missing a hint of shrewdness. Interesting, but if I split out too little, the speed of refining spiritual power will be too slow. Lin Shiqi whispered to himself. Then, Lin Shiqi directly split out half of his spiritual body. At this time, he looked a little dull. There was a hint of turbidity in his eyes. Leng 17 looked around. In his eyes, he could still see his surroundings very clearly, but there was always a kind of feeling that his head was heavy and his feet were light. He muttered, "What a strange feeling. It's a bit like I haven't woken up yet. I wonder if I can cultivate like this." Thinking of this, Lin Shiqi immediately tried to practice the 7 Fiends art of blood slaughter. After a short while, Lin Shiqi opened his eyes and revealed a hint of joy. In this state, it did not affect his cultivation. In other words, he could cultivate spiritual power and refine spiritual power at the same time. Lin Shiqi's mouth raised into a silly smile. Then, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Chapter 207. On the third day, the demon-subduing city was sealed and the recruitment of the city guards was over. On this day, Wei Hongyi came to the courtyard to gather everyone. In the past 3 days, there was only one more person, so there were a total of 15 people standing here. Wei Hongyi gave an impassioned speech. A few of the younger people revealed excited expressions, but most of them just nodded perfunctorily. Wei Hongyi saw that it was about time and finally got down to business. "Everyone, you have all been together for a few days. I said before that you would form a guard and the captain's position would be decided by yourselves. Does anyone have a choice now?" At this moment, Ding Zhou stepped forward. Wei Hongyi saw that he was at the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm and secretly nodded. However, he didn't expect Ding Zhou to say, "Corporal Wei, we fully support Elder Lu as our captain." "That's right, I also support Elder Lu. Elder Lu is highly respected, the captain's position should be his." "That's right, Elder Lu's strength is outstanding and he is kind. I admire him." Everyone else also supported Lin Shiqi. Only Deng Li stood on the side with an expressionless face. Wei Hongyi's expression suddenly froze. He wasn't surprised that Lin Shiqi could become the captain, but he was surprised that everyone else supported him so much. Lin Shiqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the past 2 days, he had spent some time teaching the others how to cultivate their spirit techniques. He had dozens of spirit techniques at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, so he had a lot of experience in this area. His prestige in this small courtyard was really high. Wei Hongyi walked up to Lin Shiqi and said, "I didn't expect Elder Lu to be so respected. Since no one has any objections, I officially announce Lu Xingji as the captain of the 8th Guard. This is the captain's token. Elder Lu, take it." As he spoke, he took out a light silver token and handed it over. Lin Shiqi took the token with both hands and said, "Thank you, Captain Wei, and everyone else for your support. This old man is ashamed." Wei Hongyi said, "In the city guard, high positions have always been occupied by the capable." Elder Lu accepted it calmly. "Okay, everyone, follow me to the drill ground. The commander wants to see you all." "Senior Commander. The Grand Commander of the City Guards wants to meet us personally." Hearing Wei Hongyi's words, a few people suddenly exclaimed. Lin Shiqi also figured out the structure of the city guards these days. The highest power of the city guards was the commander Lei Yuanwu, who was in the realm of Gang's spirit realm. It was said that he was a relative of the royal family. There were also 2 vice-commanders, both of whom were experts at the spirit aperture realm. Every vice-commander had 5 to 6 Dakarches under their command, just like Wei Hongyi, who was a spirit pulse realm cultivator. Each deck arch had 7 or 8 captains under them, and they were usually spirit cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Each guard had around 20 people. There were about 2,000 city guards in total. At this time, Wei Hongyi put on a stern face and said in a deep voice, "The Grand Commander usually dislikes people making a fuss. You are new here and don't know the rules. When you see the Grand Commander later, don't speak carelessly." When those people saw that Wei Hongyi was a little displeased, they immediately fell silent. Then Wei Hongyi took Lin Shiqi and the others to the big drill ground in the city lord's mansion. When they arrived, there were already a lot of people gathered here. At a rough glance, there were more than 1,000 people. These people were all wearing silver light armor, and they all stood in an orderly manner. There were obviously a lot of people gathered here, but no one spoke. They could only hear the light footsteps of people coming from all around. Wei Hongyi once again gestured for everyone to be silent and led them to stand at the side of the drill ground. Lin Shiqi looked around and found that more than 70% of these city guards were spirit transformation realm cultivators. Only a few of them were in the pure spirit realm. These people either had status or talent. He couldn't help but think of the city guards of Shangyang City. As the Grand Commander, Zhong Linkai was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. There were even some ordinary people in the guards below. They were all city guards. The gap between them was like the difference between clouds and mud. Not long after, all the city guards arrived. A man with a square face and a very serious face walked over accompanied by 2 people. He was the Grand Commander of the city guards of Demon Suppressing City, Lei Yuanwu. Wei Hongyi and the other sergeants all half-knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Grand Commander." "Greetings, Grand Commander." The others also saluted. Lei Yuanwu nodded lightly. Only then did everyone stand up. His deep voice sounded, "Today, I will only say one thing. Tomorrow, go out of the city to clear out the demonic beasts." His words were concise and comprehensive, but they were even more shocking. Especially those who had just joined the city guards in the past few days. The reason why they joined the city guards at this time was not entirely to protect their country. Most of them wanted to take the opportunity to make a living, and some wanted to gild a layer of gold. But they never thought that Lei Yuanwu would let them take the initiative to go out of the city to clear out the demonic beasts. One had to know that even the periphery of the demonic miasma mountain range was filled with rank 3 demonic beasts. What's more, everyone said that there would be a beast tide. At this time, instead of taking the opportunity to build defensive fortifications, they had to take the initiative to enter the demonic miasma mountain range. Besides, the Crimson Thunder army would arrive in a few days. Even if they wanted to take the initiative to attack, they had to wait until the Crimson Thunder army arrived. Was the Grand Commander crazy? However, no one in the drill ground said a word. Obviously, they had been told before. As for the original city guards, they did not dare to disobey the Grand Commander's orders. Lin Shiqi was delighted. The purpose of joining the city guards was to use their strength to enter the demonic miasma mountain range and secretly refine the demonic blood. Now that Lei Yuanwu had such a plan, it was really what Lin Shiqi wanted. It saved him a lot of effort. Lei Yuanwu was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He then said, "I know you have a lot of doubts. I will only say one thing. I will not let you die. Vice Commander Qiao will tell you the details." The old man in luxurious clothes behind Lei Yuanwu stepped forward and said the specific mission of clearing out the demonic beasts. Lin Shiqi understood when he heard Vice Commander Qiao's words. The main mission of clearing out the demonic beasts this time was to test the demonic beast's strength. First of all, they had to occupy a place within 10 miles of the demon-suppressing town as a buffer. At the same time, they had to see if the change in the demonic miasma mountain range this time would lead to a beast tide. Moreover, the third-rank demonic beasts would naturally be dealt with by the masters of the celestial realm. The ordinary city guards only needed to hunt second-rank demonic beasts. In addition, the materials obtained from killing the demonic beasts would belong to them. The city guards would even have additional rewards. At this time, everyone's hearts were at ease. Leng Shiqi had a different idea in his heart. Chapter 208. At noon the next day, nearly 2,000 city guards gathered in the square of the demon-suppressing town, including the commander Lei Yuanwu and the 2 deputy commanders. It was just that those spirit cultivators of the pure spirit realm did not participate in this mission. For them, even if it was a rank 2 demonic beast, it was difficult for them to deal with. Even if they went out, they would die in vain. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the city. Many people gathered together from afar and chatted with each other. There are not many people in the city. What are the city guards doing? Don't you know? Yesterday, the city guards said that they would go out of the city to eliminate the demonic beasts. What? Go out of the city? But there are many rank 3 demonic beasts outside. Don't you see that man? That's Lei Yuanwu, the commander of the city guards, a master of the spirit gang realm. With Commander Lei, the rank 3 demonic beasts can be killed easily. What's there to be afraid of? But even so, casualties are unavoidable. Yes, so it's our fortune to have such a commander and such a city guard. Leng Shiqi was also standing in the crowd in light armor, but because he was a little short, he was very inconspicuous in the crowd. Squeak, the gate of the demon-suppressing town was opened, making a heavy sound. Lei Yuanwu didn't talk much nonsense. He waved his hand and took the lead to walk out of the city. The 2,000 city guards behind him passed through the gate like fish. Not long after they left the demon-suppressing town, they could hear the roars of the demonic beasts. At this time, Lei Yuanwu said, after an hour, all the Dakarches will enter the mountain range, and then after an hour, all the guards will enter. Everyone said in unison, we obey the Grand Commander's orders. Then Lei Yuanwu walked straight into the demon miasma mountain range with the 2 deputy commanders. Leng Shiqi looked at the 3 people and knew that the masters of the 4 realms of celestial being were the real main force of eliminating the demonic beasts this time, and the more than 1,000 spirit cultivators of the spirit transformation realm were just assisting in eliminating the rank 2 demonic beasts. Lei Yuanwu was a master of Gang spirit realm, and the 2 deputy commanders were also in spirit aperture realm. The 3rd rank evil beast was indeed powerful, but it was nothing in front of the 3 of them. Not long after the 3 of them rushed into the mountain range, the miserable howls of demonic beasts could be heard. These sounds were incessant, and only stopped after an hour. At this moment, Wei Hongyi and the other Dakarches knew that it was time for them to act. The Grand Commander and the others had already killed most of the Class 3 demonic beasts. The rest of the demonic beasts would be left to them to deal with. Wei Hongyi turned to Leng Shiqi and the other captains and said, when you enter the demonic miasma mountains, don't be rash and greedy. Every guard will only deal with 1 second-order demon beast. I hope that when I return, all of you will still be here. The captains, including Leng Shiqi, said, yes, sir. Wei Hongyi nodded and entered the demonic miasma mountain range with the other Dakarches. The rest of the people still quietly obeyed the order and waited for an hour before they poured into the mountain range. Leng Shiqi entered from the side of the mountain range with his 7 spirit cultivators in the spirit transformation realm. The outermost Class 3 demonic beasts in the mountain range had been cleaned up by Lei Yuanwu and the others, but unfortunately, the corpses of the demonic beasts were gone. Originally, Leng Shiqi thought that he could pick them up, but now it seemed that the corpses of Class 3 demonic beasts were also valuable materials. Of course, Lei Yuanwu and the others would not leave them here. Now there were no Class 3 demonic beasts here. With the strength of the 8 of them, it was not difficult to kill Class 2 demonic beasts, but they did not relax at all. Soon, they found a Class 2 demonic beast, a 2-headed demonic wolf. Leng Shiqi took advantage of its unpreparedness and directly displayed the path of ice. In an instant, a large amount of cold air rushed out and sealed the 2-headed demonic wolf. The others also cooperated very well. After Leng Shiqi's cold air rushed out, they immediately raised their weapons and rushed forward. In an instant, all kinds of light flashed and the 2-headed demonic wolf's head was directly cut off. However, the two-headed demonic wolf was not dead yet. Leng Shiqi flicked his finger and a fire arrow flew past, completely destroying the two-headed demonic wolf's life force. At this time, Ding Zhou scratched his head. He felt a little unreal. He said, "This is a two-headed demonic wolf. It is known for its ferocity among Class 2 demonic beasts. It is very difficult to deal with." It died just like that. Ding Zhou's words were also the thoughts of the others. They used to be demonic beast hunters and often fought with demonic beasts. Of course, they knew how difficult it was to deal with demonic beasts. If it was in the past, they would at least be injured if they wanted to kill the two-headed demonic wolf. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. But now, they killed the two-headed demonic wolf so easily. And the one who caused all of this was their captain, Leng Shiqi. It was Leng Shiqi who was the first to discover the two-headed demon wolf. He used a powerful spell to seal it and frostbite it. That was why they were able to attack with all their strength without any hesitation. That was why they were able to kill the two-headed demon wolf so easily. At this time, Ding Zhou said in a sincere tone, "Captain, I am completely convinced by you." Even Deng Li lowered his head, and the others naturally began to flatter him again. Only Yang Zhengqi looked as if he was used to such a scene. Leng Shiqi waved his hand and said, Okay, deal with the demonic wolf's body. Go back and sell the valuable materials. Everyone will divide it equally." Ding Zhou immediately said, No, it was all thanks to Captain that we were able to kill this demonic beast. "How can we?" Leng Shiqi interrupted him, "Ding Zhou, you are treating me as an outsider." Ding Zhou paused and said, Okay, but I will remember Captain's kindness. Let's continue forward." After dealing with the two-headed demonic wolf's body, they continued to walk deeper into the mountain range. They encountered more and more rank 2 demonic beasts. But every time they worked together, they easily killed the demonic beasts. Along the way, they also had a lot of demonic beast materials on them. At the same time, Wei Hongyi was fighting with a huge earth rat. This earth rat looked ordinary, but it was a genuine rank 3 demonic beast, earth-binding rat. Wei Hongyi's clothes had long been torn, and 4 crystal-clear spirit veins were exposed on his arms. He didn't use any weapons and only used his bare hands to beat up the earth-binding rat. Especially the center of the earth-binding rat's back, there was a bull-sized bloody hole. Wei Hongyi suddenly smashed out with his fists. His spirit power violently moved, and he actually had the power to move mountains and rivers. The earth-binding rat's 2 small eyes spun around, and then it suddenly drilled into the ground. Then Wei Hongyi only saw a small bump on the ground, and it escaped at an astonishing speed. When Wei Hongyi saw the direction the earth-binding rat escaped, his face suddenly changed. He shouted, "Not good." Chapter 209. Boom! A huge demonic beast fell to the ground. Ding Zhou, Yang Zhengqi, and the others habitually went up to skin the corpse. This was already the 9th rank 2 demonic beast that Leng Shiqi and the others had killed. If it was in the past, they wouldn't even dare to think that they could kill so many rank 2 demonic beasts in just half a day. This also included the time they had to rest and recover their spirit energy. They were all very glad that they had joined the city guards, and even more glad that Leng Shiqi had become the captain. Their harvest today alone was equivalent to what they had earned in the past month. Other than that, when they returned, the city guards would have additional rewards. The most important thing was that they didn't feel any pressure or danger at all. It was as if they had picked it up for free. Just as they were filled with joy, Leng Shiqi suddenly discovered that there was a small mound on the ground that was rapidly moving over, and he could even feel a huge aura from it. Leng Shiqi immediately shouted, "Get out of the way." Although his reminder was timely, the others reacted too slowly. Before he finished speaking, he saw a giant rat suddenly break out of the ground. Its 2 large and sharp front teeth bit down and directly tore a person in half. This demonic beast was the earthbound rat that Wei Hongyi had beaten to the point of fleeing. Third rank demonic beast. Everyone turned pale with fright. How could there be a third-rank demonic beast here? Weren't they all cleaned up by the great commander and the Descartes? However, even though they were shocked, they still hurriedly scattered. The earthbound rat licked the blood from the corner of its mouth, its eyes filled with ferocity. It had been beaten up by Wei Hongyi until it was covered in wounds, and it had escaped with great difficulty. Now that it had encountered a weak spirit cultivator of the spirit transformation realm, it could use it as a meal. The earthbound rat immediately locked onto another person, and that person was Deng Li. The earthbound rat opened its bloody mouth and bared its ferocious fangs as it pounced forward. Moreover, its speed was too fast, so fast that Deng Li had no chance of dodging it. He was young, and his will was not strong enough. At this time, his legs were actually trembling. Even if he wanted to run, he could not. Deng Li's face was filled with fear and despair, but just as he thought he was about to die, a thick ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, he felt someone push him, and a strong force pushed him to the side. Deng Li looked over in surprise and saw the back of a hunchbacked old man. It was Lin Shiqi. Ka. Bang! The ice wall looked very sturdy, but in front of the power of a rank 3 monster, it was still too weak. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered. Lin Shiqi moved his hands, and more than a dozen earth spikes appeared around him. He waved them forward, and all the earth spikes stabbed at the earthbound rat. The dozen or so earth spikes immediately crumbled, but at least they managed to block the earthbound rat's attack. Lin Shiqi shouted without turning his head, "Go back and meet up with the other guards." Deng Li subconsciously said, "What about you, Captain?" Unknowingly, he finally called out the word, "Captain." Perhaps he did not even realize it himself. Lin Shiqi still had his back to everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Go back. This is my order." After the earthbind rat's attack failed, it immediately stared at Lin Shiqi. It bared its teeth and was ready to attack again at any time. Seeing this situation, the others did not dare to stay any longer, but they never thought that someone would cover for them. They were all experienced people. Even before this, they only had a good impression of Lin Shiqi, but they were not sincere. But now, they finally knew that there was still friendship in this world. Ding Zhou secretly sighed and turned to run. In his opinion, spiritual casters were not good at fighting one-on-one. Lin Shiqi was probably dead. Yang Jingqi hesitated for a moment and followed closely behind. The reason he hesitated was not because he was touched by Lin Shiqi, but because if Lin Shiqi died here, he did not know when the centipede curse in his body would be lifted. Deng Li was the last to leave. Before he left, he said, "I will repay you for saving my life in the future." After everyone left, Lin Shiqi revealed a faint smile. If one looked at him from the front, they would find that Lin Shiqi's eyes had turned blue. The moment the earthbind rat rushed out of the ground, Lin Shiqi immediately noticed the wounds on its body, especially the bloody hole on its back. He immediately activated Byakugan. He found that although the earthbind rat looked extremely ferocious, many of its meridians were broken. Not only that, even the bones of one of its hind legs were cracked, and some of its organs were damaged. To put it simply, this earthbound rat was already seriously injured. Lin Shiqi was now at the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. He might be able to fight against a seriously injured rank 3 demonic beast. If he could kill the earthbind rat, not only could he use its demonic beast blood to increase his cultivation by leaps and bounds, he could also obtain a rank 3 demonic beast core. That was why he chose to stay, not to protect the others. Lin Shiqi stretched out his fingers and used them as a sword to shoot out 2 frosty sword energies. Without the support of a spirit sword, these 2 sword energies weren't very powerful and couldn't hurt the earthbind rat at all. However, they had successfully attracted its hatred. After shooting out the 2 rays of cold sword energy, Lin Shiqi stepped on the black fog and flew in the opposite direction from everyone. The earthbind rat was hit by the 2 rays of cold sword energy and immediately chased after Lin Shiqi. It was not slow at all. After a short while, Lin Shiqi saw that the earthbind rat was about to catch up. He activated Byakugan and saw that there was no one else around, so he relaxed. Ling Shiqi's body began to grow as he sped away. At the same time, a set of brown armor appeared on his body. At the same time, 9 demonic tattoos appeared on his right arm and his aura sword. Ling Shiqi had activated both the Spirit Ruin Beast King and the Zhu Crag Beast's Beast Origin Battle tattoos. Then, Ling Shiqi's body stopped abruptly. He turned around and punched out. This punch, enhanced by the double Beast Origin Battle runes, was like a Tiger King treading on waves and breaking rivers. The Earthbind Rat was about to catch up to Ling Shiqi, but what greeted it was the ferocious Tiger Wave stomping fist. The Earthbind Rat didn't care. It just opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite Ling Shiqi in half. Suddenly, a sticky black liquid shot out from its bloody mouth. Ling Shiqi's ferocious punch seemed to be unparalleled. However, with a slight movement of his feet, his body drifted away like a piece of cotton in the wind, narrowly avoiding the black liquid. However, the Earthbind Rat turned around nimbly and continued to bite Ling Shiqi. Ling Shiqi didn't panic at all. He moved again and appeared beside the Earthbound Rat in an instant. His fist actually caused the roar of a fierce tiger to ring out as it struck down. Chapter 210. Ling Shiqi's fierce tiger wave stomping fist finally landed on the Earthbind Rat's back, and it was aimed at the wound on its back. A violent force with a murderous intent penetrated deep into Bound Rat's wound. The force of the fist tore the wound even wider, and a surge of internal energy poured into his body, destroying his already broken body. Ling Shiqi had used several ultimate moves to kill the dying Zhu Crag beast not long ago, but that was because the Zhu Crag beast's defense was too strong, and the Earthbind Rat was obviously much weaker in this regard. Moreover, Ling Shiqi was even stronger than before. Squeak, squeak, the Earthbind Rat let out a strange scream. It wanted to fight back, but how could Ling Shiqi give it the chance? 2 purple curved blades appeared in his hands at some unknown time. The spirit force around him surged and 2 dreamy purple blade lights bloomed from the curved blades. With Ling Shiqi's cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, his half-moon light slash was almost 10 feet long. The 2 saber lights swallowed the Earthbind Rat like they were devouring the heavens and the earth. However, a layer of earth-colored light appeared on the Earthbind Rat's body. Ling Shiqi's half-moon light slash was blocked by this layer of light and couldn't move an inch forward. When the 2 collided, there was an ear-piercing sound. However, the earth-colored light on the Earthbind Rat was quickly fading, and Ling Shiqi's blade lights were also being worn down. Now, it was time for a battle of strength. Ling Shiqi had activated 2 Beast Origin Battle tattoos and was amplified by the demonic tattoos. His strength was between the Spirit Transformation Realm and the Spirit Vein Realm. The Earthbind Rat was a rank 3 demonic beast, but it was seriously injured. This time, they felt like they were evenly matched. However, the Earthbind Rat was not simple. Just as they were in a stalemate, the Earthbind Rat's tail suddenly grew a lot longer and lashed out like a long whip. Ling Shiqi didn't expect the Earthbind Rat to have this kind of method. The tail was too fast, and even with the spirit steps, it was difficult to dodge. At this moment, Ling Shiqi had an idea. He controlled the 2 saber auras in front of him, just in time for the Earthbind Rat's tail to collide with the 2 extremely sharp saber auras. With a poochie sound, the Earthbind Rat's tail was directly cut into 2 halves. The Earthbind Rat immediately went berserk. Ling Shiqi hurriedly retreated. He withdrew his saber and formed a hand seal. At the same time, he pulled his arms forward, drawing a long stream of blood from the wound on the Earthbind Rat's back. The Earthbind Rat's aura suddenly weakened. With a thought from Ling Shiqi, 4 earthen walls rose around the Earthbind Rat, trapping it within. Of course, he didn't expect the Earthbind Rat's tail would be able to trap the Earthbind Rat. He was just trying to buy a bit of time. Sure enough, in the next moment, the 4 walls collapsed at the same time. The Earthbind Rat rushed at Ling Shiqi with red eyes. However, at this time, Ling Shiqi was holding the jade sword in his hand. There were 9 demonic patterns on the jade-colored sword, and the seemingly gentle jade light hid a dense killing intent. Just as the earthbind rat rushed over, Ling Shiqi's figure trembled and instantly turned into 18 phantoms. Soon after, the 18 jade swords pierced down from all angles with streaks of light blue frosty sword chi. The earthbind rat shattered several phantoms in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the earth-colored light appeared on its body again, but this time, the light was much dimmer and uneven. Under the observation of Ling Shiqi's Byakugan, the remaining 10 phantoms all found a flaw in the earth-colored light. The jade sword stabbed a dozen wounds, and at the same time, the frost sword chi entered the earthbind rat's body, causing frostbite in many parts of its flesh. The earthbind rat's body stiffened for a moment. Ling Shiqi stretched out a finger, and a layer of faint flames appeared at the tip of his finger. He wrote the word fire in the air. When the word fire finished its last stroke, it carried a rolling heat wave and landed on the earthbind rat's body. The blazing flames burned the earthbind rat's skin and flesh, and there was even faint black smoke coming out of it. At this time, Ling Shiqi sensed that the earthbind rat's life force was beginning to dissipate, and his body was gradually unable to take it. Just as he was about to give the earthbind rat the final blow, the earthbind rat opened its mouth and spat out 2 huge front teeth. Ling Shiqi reacted quickly and hurriedly dodged to the side, but he was still shot in the left shoulder by one of the front teeth. An unimaginably powerful force swept over, instantly sending Ling Shiqi flying. At the same time, a piercing pain came from his left shoulder. Ling Shiqi looked down. At this time, the armor on his left shoulder was completely broken, and a sharp blood-stained front tooth was embedded in his shoulder. He was shocked. The armor on his body could not be damaged by even a level 2 spirit weapon, but now it was completely shattered. Fortunately, he had this armor, otherwise, his entire shoulder and arm would have been separated, and he would not be far from death. Ling Shiqi was secretly shocked. Is this a level 3 monster beast? Even if it is seriously injured, it is not something that an ordinary spirit transformation realm cultivator can deal with. However, the earthbind rat without its front teeth was like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Ling Shiqi endured the pain and pulled out his front teeth and used his spirit chi to seal the wound. He looked at the earthbind rat, whose aura was even weaker, and did not dare to be careless. He did not get close, but used a few spirit techniques to completely kill the earthbind rat. Immediately after, Ling Shiqi hurriedly removed the beast origin battle pattern. Then, his body staggered and he almost lost his balance. The consumption of the Zhu Rock Beast's beast origin battle pattern was even greater than he had imagined. At this moment, his entire body was extremely sore and weak. Fortunately, he had not fought with the earthbind rat for long and had not damaged his meridians. He then swallowed 2 pills to recover his spirit energy. Just as he was about to extract the earthbind rat's demon blood, he saw a familiar aura rushing over. It was Wei Hongyi. Ling Shiqi did not want to expose himself, so he directly put the earthbind rat's corpse into the system space and left. However, he did not go to meet up with his guards. Instead, he had other plans. Not long after, a worried Wei Hongyi rushed over. He could clearly recognize that there were traces of a battle between a spirit cultivator and a monster beast. Furthermore, he also discovered the earthbind rat's front teeth, so he knew that someone was fighting with the earthbind rat. Wei Hongyi observed his surroundings and muttered to himself in confusion, "Strange, there are traces of blood and front teeth of the earthbind rat here. It seems that the earthbind rat has been killed. But who did it? Could it be another squad leader? No, there are clearly traces of spirit techniques here. There are no spirit cultivators in the 4 realms of heaven in the city guards. Who could it be? Could it be that other than the city guards, there are others who have entered the demon miasma mountain range? That's not right. The demon-suppressing town has already been sealed. It's impossible for anyone else to come out. Strange, really strange." Chapter 211. After killing the earthbind rat, Ling Shiqi found a remote place and sank into the ground to recover his spirit force and heal his wounds. He looked at the wound that almost went through his shoulder and felt a bit of fear. He made up his mind to not be so reckless before he reached the spirit vein stage. Then he used pills and the netherworld rune diagram to treat his wounds. Unfortunately, the wound was too deep and would not heal in a short period of time. Right now, his entire left arm was weak and his spirit force was not flowing smoothly. He estimated that he could only use about 70% of his strength during this period of time. Since this was the case, he planned to rest for 2 days and refine the earthbind rat's demonic blood. After Leng Shiqi adjusted his condition, he took out the earthbind rat's corpse. He first dug out the earthbind rat's demonic core. It was a demonic core that looked like a mud ball. Leng Shiqi looked at the demonic core and hesitated. Since he had another rank 3 demonic core, if he refined this demonic core into a beast origin battle pattern, his battle strength would definitely increase. However, Leng Shiqi gave up in the end. First of all, the Spirit Ruin Beast King's beast origin battle pattern was very convenient for him. It could also change his body shape to hide his identity, so he did not want to change it so easily. Second of all, just the Vermilion Crag Beast's beast origin battle pattern was already too much for him. If he added the Earthbind Rat, he might not be able to start refining 2 beast origin battle patterns at the same time. Third of all, the Earthbind Rat's demonic core should be able to increase his Earth spirit force. However, this was purely a support effect for Leng Shiqi, so he was not very satisfied with its attributes. If this Yao core had clearly increased his strength, Leng Shiqi would not have hesitated. Leng Shiqi could only put away the Earthbind Rat's demonic core. Then he began to refine the Earthbind Rat's demonic blood. With the experience of refining the Vermilion Crag Beast's demonic blood, Leng Shiqi was much more successful this time. He finished refining it in about half an hour. At this moment, his cultivation was very close to the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Leng Shiqi estimated that he would be able to reach the peak of 9th stage as long as he refined less than 10 rank 2 demonic beasts' blood. This time, he followed the city guards to clear out the demonic beasts. Now that most of the rank 3 demonic beasts in the periphery had been cleared out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to hunt down 10 rank 2 demonic beasts. At this moment, he suddenly realized that if he had known that the city guards would leave the city to hunt down the demonic beasts, he wouldn't have needed to join the city guards and take such a long detour. However, he shook his head and muttered, "There's no if in this world. Besides, if I didn't join the city guards, I wouldn't have gotten the soul-splitting technique." At this moment, in the inner area of the demonic Miasma mountain range, Lei Yuanwu and the 2 deputy commanders were standing with gloomy expressions. After the 3 of them massacred the Tier 3 demonic beasts in the periphery, they planned to enter the inner area to see what the situation was like. However, after they entered the inner region, they realized that something was wrong. This place was too quiet. They had entered the inner region many times before, so they naturally knew that there were not only rank 3 demonic beasts in the inner region, but also rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts. It could be said that there were many demonic beasts in the inner region. However, they had been in the inner region for a long time, but they hadn't seen a single demonic beast. Lei Yuanwu said in a deep voice, "Deputy Commander Qiao, you're the most familiar with the inner region. What do you think?" Deputy Commander Qiao had lived in the demon-suppressing town for a long time and had entered the inner region many times. However, he shook his head and said, "Senior Commander, I've been in the demon-suppressing town for decades and have never seen the inner region so peaceful. There must be something going on." The other Deputy Commander Ma said, "It must be related to the Blood Beast sect and the Imperial Beast Abode. They were the ones who released the news about the demonic beast tide. Now, it seems that they were the ones behind it." Deputy Commander Qiao agreed with him, "That's right. At that time, I was suspicious. Why would these 2 sects travel thousands of miles from the northern wilderness to the demon-suppressing town? Not long after they arrived, they said that there would be a demonic beast tide. This is too coincidental. Moreover, even if what they said was true, why did they enter the demonic Miasma mountain range and not return yet? All of these things show that the demonic miasma mountain range will not erupt with a demonic beast tide, but they are deliberately using this as an excuse to prevent spirit cultivators from easily setting foot in this place. Lei Yuanwu looked at Deputy Commander Qiao with admiration and said, "I've already guessed these things, and the old city lord also knows about it." The two deputy commanders were puzzled. If the old city lord knows, why would he let them do as they please? With this, the demon-suppressing town has become much more desolate. Lei Yuanwu sighed slightly, so what if he knows? The old city lord is a great expert of the unity of heaven and man realm. He can intimidate a region, but in front of the two top sects, he has no room to speak. Do you know that one of the three great beast kings of the imperial beast abode, the thousand-legged beast king, the great elder of the blood beast sect, Elder Xia, has personally come to the demonic miasma mountain range? What? The two deputy commanders could not help but exclaim. Of course, they knew who the thousand-legged beast king of the imperial beast abode and the great elder of the blood beast sect were. They were experts who surpassed the four realms of heaven. They were existences that they had to look up to. They had heard of the rumors before, but they had always thought that it was just a rumor. They did not expect it to be true. Why would such an expert personally come to the demonic miasma mountain range? Could it be that there was a peerless treasure in the mountain range that they did not know of? Lei Yuanwu also could not think of it. He only knew that even he had no room to interfere in this matter, so he said, "Now that the matter has been confirmed, let's go back after clearing out the rank 3 demonic beasts. Remember, when you go back, you must not leak this matter out. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster to our demon-suppressing town." The two deputy commanders knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded. This matter was obviously caused by the imperial beast abode and the blood beast sect, but the truth of this matter could not be made public. Otherwise, even the demon-suppressing town would not be able to withstand their anger. Although the demon-suppressing town was a city of the Thunder Blaze dynasty, the dynasty would definitely not offend two top forces for a demon-suppressing town, especially two top forces that did not belong to the Thunder Blaze dynasty. Even if the dynasty wanted to deal with them, they could not send troops to the north to suppress them. Then, Lei Yuanwu and the other two returned to the periphery and quickly killed the rank 3 demonic beasts. In the evening, they prepared to return with the city guards. At this time, Wei Hongyi summoned his captain and guards. Soon, he found that Ling Shiqi was not there. He frowned and asked Ding Zhou, "Where is your captain?" Ding Zhou stammered and told him about their encounter with the rank 3 demonic beasts. Wei Hongyi was shocked when he heard this, and then a strange look flashed across his eyes. Chapter 212. For days had passed since the city guards had cleared out the demonic beasts. In these 4 days, Ling Shiqi had continuously refined the blood of 9 rank 2 demonic beasts. His cultivation had finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. However, he was not happy. This was because he only had the qualifications to break through to the spirit pulse realm. There were countless cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, but how many of them could break through the shackles? There were still 2 huge obstacles waiting for Ling Shiqi in front of him. In order to break through to the spirit pulse realm from the spirit transformation realm, he had to do 2 things at the same time. First, he had to sublimate his Qi Si into a spirit Si. This required a very pure spirit energy. Just this alone was enough to give Ling Shiqi a headache. Most of his spirit energy came from refining demonic beasts, so it was not very pure. In addition, he had to open a spirit pulse in his body. Spirit pulses were different from ordinary meridians. There were a total of 72 spirit pulses in a cultivator's body. Depending on the cultivation method, the spirit pulse realm would have different spirit pulses. As long as he could sublimate his spirit Si and open another spirit pulse, he would successfully break through to the spirit pulse realm. Ling Shiqi was not lacking in methods to open spirit pulses. The blood slaughter 7 fiendish arts that the blood robe pavilion had passed down to him completely recorded the method to open spirit pulses. There were even insights left behind by predecessors. This was the most enviable thing about disciples of large sections. If it was an ordinary rogue cultivator, no matter how hard they worked, they would not be able to step into the spirit pulse realm for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, Ling Shiqi not only had the 7 fiend blood slaughter art, but also the 9 nether mageweth diagram. It was just that the method to open the spirit meridians of the 2 cultivation methods were different. Therefore, what Ling Shiqi needed the most now was to sublimate his Qi Si into a spirit Si within 3 months. However, this was a painstaking effort that required years of accumulation. It was impossible to complete in a short period of time. Not to mention 3 months, even 3 years might not be enough. Now that he had reached this point, Ling Shiqi had no other choice. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on his last resort. That was the system. Ling Shiqi then opened the system and looked at his information. Name, Ling Shiqi, Lu Xingji, Cultivation, 9th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm Cultivation Method, Rank 3 Cultivation Method Beast Origin Demonic Art Rank 4 Method Blood Slaughter 7 Fiendish Art, Incomplete, Rank 4 Cultivation Method 9 Nether Magic Pattern, Incomplete, Bloodline. Spiritual Skills, Perfection of the 3rd Stage Spiritual Skill, Flying Rain Saber Technique, Level 3 Spiritual Skill, 1000 Silver Thread Brushing Hands, has reached perfection. Rank Spirit Skill Fire Skill Rank Spirit Skill Rank 4 Spiritual Skill, Earth Fiend Demon Shadow Claw, System Coins of, Ling Shiqi looked at the 1,500 system coins and smiled. Ever since he had left Blood Mist Island, he had only won the lottery when he had killed Chu Shinran. After that, he had been saving up system coins. After coming out of the tomb of Boiwanhu, he plundered Go Huarong of the Chinko Hall and obtained about 700 system coins. Later, when he destroyed the Golden Wing Academy, he killed the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Hepu, and 4 disciples of the Tang family. These people also contributed a lot of system coins to him. The rest was the system coins he had obtained from selling monster corpses and monster cores for the past 3 months. As the saying goes, money should be spent where it is needed. Now was the most critical moment for Ling Shiqi. He made up his mind to open the lottery page. He chose the intermediate lottery option and pressed it 15 times in a row. Bursts of rainbow-colored light flashed one after another, and 15 prizes appeared in front of Ling Shiqi. He glanced at them briefly, and then put away the obviously useless things into his mustard seed bag, leaving only 8 things that could be considered useful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Passive Skill, Hell's Curse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Golden Heart Bow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Sword Drawing Technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Secret Art, Magic Cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Card, Healing Touch. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, 17 Swordsmanship of Mount Song. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Wings, Soaring, Limited Time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Flower Picking. Looking at these prizes, Ling Shiqi began to count them one by one. The first was the passive skill, Hell's Curse. He remembered that this was the passive skill of a game character, the Warden of Soul Lock. It was a skill that absorbed the souls of the dead to strengthen oneself. Ling Shiqi carefully read the description of the prize. The effect of the Hell's Curse in this world was similar to that in the game. In the game, it strengthened the character's armor and spell strength. In this world, it strengthened his physical strength and mental strength. This is a bit interesting, but I don't know the specific effect. I have to try it when I encounter a rank 2 monster. Ling Shiqi muttered to himself and looked at the next prize, the Golden Heart Bow. This was a rank 3 longbow that was light gold in color. It was much better than the original tendon-changing bow. However, there was nothing special about it, so he put it away. He was more interested in the rank 4 spiritual skill, Sword Drawing Technique. This was a spiritual skill that used a high-speed sword drawing attack to cause unexpected damage to the enemy. What Ling Shiqi cared about was that this spiritual skill seemed to have a certain degree of compatibility with the half-moon swift slash. Perhaps in the future, he could integrate the sword drawing technique into the half-moon swift slash. Fortunately, Ling Shiqi directly cultivated the sword drawing technique to the great perfection realm. A lot of insights appeared in his mind, which made him even more certain that it was indeed possible to integrate this into the half-moon swift slash. However, this process still needed to be slowly comprehended. The secret art, magic cultivation, was something similar to a passive skill. It could slightly increase the power of spiritual skills. The card, Healing Touch, was a card that could be used for healing. Moreover, the healing effect was not bad. Ling Shiqi looked at the wound on his left shoulder. His physical body was already relatively strong. In the past 4 days, he had swallowed a pill to recover his blood and qi. Now, the wound was almost healed. Therefore, he put this card into the system space. Next, he picked up a not-thin secret book. This was the rank 4 spiritual skill, 17 Sword Techniques of Mount Song. This sword technique came from the Mount Song sect of the 5 Mountain Sword sect. However, Ling Shiqi was not familiar with this sword technique. He only vaguely remembered that this was a relatively comprehensive and mediocre set of sword techniques. Ling Shiqi immediately cultivated this sword technique to the great perfection realm. Naturally, he was clear about the characteristics of this sword technique. The 17 Sword Techniques of Mount Song was divided into 8 inner and 9 outer sword techniques. It could be said to be a combination of hardness and gentleness, with both offense and defense. However, the overall sword technique was still inclined towards majestic sword techniques. With this sword technique, Ling Shiqi's heart was finally relieved. He could not help but think to himself, finally, I have a sword technique that I can use. Chapter 213. When it came to swordsmanship, the only thing Ling Shiqi could use was Dazzling Blossom. However, this was one of his trump cards and consumed a lot of spirit qi, so he couldn't use it as a normal swordsmanship. However, other than this move, he could only use the channel impacting sword qi and frost sword qi. Although these 2 sword qis were also level 3 spiritual techniques, they weren't low quality. However, the awkward thing was that Ling Shiqi's opponents were either much stronger or much weaker than him. The channel impacting sword qi and frost sword qi were only icing on the cake. Now that he cultivated the Mount Song 17 swordsmanship, he finally had a high-level swordsmanship that could face his opponents head-on. After sorting out his emotions, Ling Shiqi continued to read. Wings, Empyrean was a pair of palm-sized pure white wings. He carefully looked at the system's description and then carefully put it away. If he used it well, it might be able to save his life. It was also one of his trump cards. As for the last prize, the flower-grasping posture, Ling Shiqi was a bit confused. This flower-grasping posture clearly belonged to Buddhism, but Ling Shiqi was confused because it wasn't a spiritual technique or a secret technique, but more like a mental cultivation method. A mental cultivation method that could suppress evil thoughts and cleanse the heart. After Ling Shiqi learned it with his skill points, he found that the flower-grasping posture was just like the breath-concealing technique and the mind-splitting technique. Then he used the flower-grasping posture. His right hand held the flower-grasping posture and his left hand was under his right hand. A faint Buddhist light appeared on his body, making him look solemn and holy. As for Ling Shiqi, he felt that his mind had suddenly become clear. He felt like he had no more desires, and even his impatience to break through to the spirit vein stage had dissipated. After a short while, Ling Shiqi stopped using the flower-grasping posture and felt a bit more relaxed. He also didn't care about breaking through to the spirit pulse realm anymore. However, other than that, there were no other effects. He had never seen such a miraculous secret technique before. He said in a low voice, "It's truly miraculous." But at this time, Ling Shiqi suddenly remembered something. This world doesn't seem to have Buddhist cultivation techniques, nor does it have any Buddhist sects. Since he was able to draw a Buddhist mantra from the system, he might be able to reappear the Buddha's aura in this other world in the future. After counting all the prizes that could be used, Ling Shiqi's heart was filled with both joy and sadness. He was happy because these prizes had indeed increased his strength and potential. However, it was a pity that none of them could help him break through to the Spirit Pulse realm in a short period of time. Ling Shiqi had a headache. Since the lottery couldn't help him, he had to think of other ways. It was also because of these prizes that Ling Shiqi remembered that he had a useful prize from the lottery draw in Xiangyang City. He hadn't used it until now. Then, Ling Shiqi took out a palm-sized brown disc from his mustard seed bag. It looked a little worn out. This was the treasure-seeking disc. The treasure-seeking disc could lock onto a treasure in the surroundings. However, the quality of the treasure depended on luck. People said that there were many heavenly treasures in the demonic Miasma mountain range. Perhaps they could try their luck there. Ling Shiqi held the treasure-seeking disc with a hint of hope in his eyes. Right now, this treasure-seeking disc could be said to be his last hope. Then, he injected his spirit energy to activate the treasure-seeking disc. The disc immediately flashed white, green, blue and other different colors. Finally, it locked onto a purple light. Ling Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know what level of treasure the purple light represented, it definitely wasn't low. Then, the purple light on the disc condensed into the shape of an arrow and pointed in a direction. Ling Shiqi frowned because that direction pointed to the inner region of the demonic Miasma mountain range. The inner region was not a place he could set foot in. However, he could also understand that the outer region of the demonic Miasma mountain range had always been the place with the most spirit cultivators. After thousands of years, even if there were some treasures in the outer region, they would have long been dug out. However, to enter the inner region, he was still a little afraid. He had almost fallen into a ditch when dealing with a heavily injured ground-binding rat. Wouldn't he be courting death if he rashly entered the inner region? That's not right. Maybe there really is a chance. Just as Ling Shiqi was hesitating, he suddenly thought of Lei Yuanwu and the other two. The city guards were clearing out the demonic beasts. Lei Yuanwu and the other two took the lead to slaughter the rank 3 demonic beasts. However, they probably wouldn't be satisfied with dealing with the rank 3 demonic beasts in the outer region. If they have entered the inner region, it might not be as dangerous as I thought. Moreover, I have the hand of earth and Byakugan. If it's just to get the treasure, it might be possible. If the treasure is guarded by a demonic beast, I will turn around and leave. I will think of another way. Thinking of this, Ling Shiqi felt that he could make this trip. Since he had made up his mind, Ling Shiqi didn't hesitate. He simply packed up and went underground in the direction indicated by the treasure-seeking compass. However, the speed underground was not fast and it would constantly consume spirit power. However, for safety reasons, Ling Shiqi still chose this method. The outer region of the demonic Miasma mountain range was very large. Ling Shiqi didn't reach the border between the outer region and the inner region until the next day. After that, Ling Shiqi became even more careful. He constantly activated Byakugan, thinking that if he encountered a rank 3 demonic beast or stronger, he would immediately go around it. Although he could use the hand of earth to escape underground, high-level demonic beasts had all kinds of magical methods. For example, last time when he was chased by Sikong Shou, the Starry Night Wolf King could clearly sense that Ling Shiqi was underground. There was also the earthbound rat that could directly burrow into the ground, and its burrowing speed was much faster than his. Therefore, even if he hid underground, it wasn't very safe. Ling Shiqi carefully entered the inner region. His heart was in his throat. However, after an hour, Ling Shiqi's face showed a somewhat strange expression. Because for more than an hour, he didn't even encounter a single demonic beast. Moreover, he was still using Byakugan. A large range was in his field of vision, but he still didn't find a single demonic beast. Could it be that the demonic beasts in the inner region were also cleared out by Lei Yuanwu? Impossible. There are not only rank 3 demonic beasts in the inner region, but also rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts. Even Lei Yuanwu and the others would have to retreat if they encountered a rank 5 demonic beast. Then why is the inner region so strangely quiet? Ling Shiqi was puzzled. However, the fact that there were no demonic beasts in the inner region was a wonderful thing for him. Then he continued to move in the direction indicated by the treasure-seeking compass, but gradually he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 2:14. The more Ling Shiqi walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. The entire inner region was deathly silent, which made him feel extremely strange. If that was all, it would be fine. What made Ling Shiqi even more unacceptable was that he felt that he was about to pass through the inner region, but the treasure-seeking plate was still pointing ahead. If he continued to walk forward, he would enter the central region of the demon miasma mountain range. There were rank 6 monsters inside, which were equivalent to the unity of heaven and man realm experts of the spirit cultivator realm. It was a terrifying existence on the same level as the 9 great netherworld blood cloak assassins of the blood cloak pavilion. In addition, he still remembered the expert who noticed his Byakugan not long ago. In the center of the mountain range, there were probably not only rank 6 monsters, but also experts from the Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect. If the treasure that the treasure-seeking plate pointed to was only in the inner region, Ling Shiqi would still dare to enter to explore. However, it seemed that it was still in the center of the mountain range, so he hesitated. However, just as Ling Shiqi was hesitating, he suddenly discovered an aura in his Byakugan's field of vision. He had seen that aura before. It was the Blood Beast sect disciple who had appeared when he was secretly observing Cui Jing and his wife. The key was that this aura was weaker than Ling Shiqi's own, only at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. Ling Shiqi was puzzled. Blood Beast sect's people. This person is only at the spirit transformation realm and dares to wander around the border between the inner region and the mountain range? At this moment, Ling Shiqi thought of a plan and immediately sneaked over. Chu Qiu was one of the elite disciples of the Blood Beast sect. He was already at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm in his 20s and had a high chance of breaking through to the spirit pulse realm before the age of 30. He was one of the disciples that the sect valued. This time, he had followed the sect to the demon miasma mountain range to carry out an extremely important mission. He was proud of it. However, he was a little bored now. This was because his mission was to patrol the border between the inner region and the center of the mountain range. If he encountered other spirit cultivators, he would do his best to stop them. There were many people like him, and he was only in charge of this area. In his opinion, the beast tide was about to erupt, so who would dare to venture deep into the demonic miasma mountain range at this time? While Chu Qiu was bored to death, he did not realize that a layer of cold air had appeared beneath his feet. By the time he felt a chill, it was already too late. A majestic cold air gushed out from the ground, freezing Chu Qiu before he could even open his mouth to shout. Following that, a pair of hands reached out from the ground and dragged Chu Qiu underground. Naturally, it was Ling Shiqi. After Ling Shiqi caught Chu Qiu by surprise, he didn't dare to delay and quickly dragged Chu Qiu away from this place. During this process, he continued to release cold air to prevent Chu Qiu from breaking out of the ice. Ling Shiqi didn't stop until he was a distance away. At the same time, he didn't continue to release the cold air. Instead, he held the jade sword to Chu Qiu's neck. After a short while, Chu Qiu finally broke free from the ice, but he immediately felt the blade on his neck and was extremely shocked. He was a spirit cultivator at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and he thought that his strength was not bad. However, he was actually captured by this old man without anyone noticing. One had to know that the experts of the 4 realms of heaven and man were not far from the center of the mountain range, but he had disappeared without anyone noticing. Now, his life was in the hands of others. Chu Qiu ignored the ice on his face and said hatefully, "Who are you? Do you know my identity?" Ling Shiqi smiled sinisterly and said, "Aren't you just a disciple of the Blood Beast sect? Since you know, let me go now and you might still have a chance to live. The experts of the sect are nearby, and they will soon notice that I have disappeared. When they find you, I'm afraid you will be fed to the blood beasts." Chu Qiu used the Blood Beast sect to suppress him. However, Ling Shiqi's hand moved slightly, and the jade sword cut open a bloody mark on Chu Qiu's neck. Chu Qiu's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. He looked at Ling Shiqi's cold expression, and he seemed to know that the other party really dared to kill him. Ling Shiqi really wanted to kill him, and his body even revealed a faint killing intent. He said, "This old man doesn't want to talk nonsense. I'll ask, and you answer. Do you understand?" Chu Qiu shuddered inwardly and nodded his head honestly. Ling Shiqi asked, "Is the change in the demon miasma mountain range related to your blood beast sect? Will there really be a beast tide outbreak?" This. Chu Qiu hesitated for a moment, but still said, "It was us and the Imperial Beast Camp who worked together to drive the rank 3 demonic beasts from the inner regions to the outer regions, creating the illusion of a beast tide riot. Furthermore, we spread the news in order to expel the spirit cultivators from the mountain range." When Ling Shiqi heard this, he thought that it was indeed the case. There was no beast tide outbreak in the demon miasma mountain range at all. All of this was just as he had thought. It was all the doing of the Blood Beast sect and the Imperial Beast Camp behind the scenes. At the same time, he also found it strange that the Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect were two completely hostile sects, so why would they work together to set up a trap? He continued to ask, "What about the demonic beasts in the inner regions? There are quite a few rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts here. Where did they all go?" Chu Qiu replied, "The rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts have already developed some intelligence. They know that danger is coming, so they run and hide. That's why there are no demonic beasts in the inner regions." Danger is coming. Ling Shiqi keenly found this key point. He thought to himself, could it be that the experts of the two top forces have gathered, causing these demonic beasts to escape? However, he felt that things were not that simple, so he asked, "Danger? What kind of danger would cause the rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts to escape?" At this time, Chu Qiu opened his mouth and finally said hesitantly, "Senior, you already know enough. There are some things that you won't benefit from knowing. Why bother to get to the bottom of it?" Ling Shiqi frowned. He quickly formed a seal with his left hand and summoned a blood-colored centipede that was as thick as an arm. The centipede burrowed into Chu Qiu's body. Chu Qiu immediately convulsed in pain, but Ling Shiqi's sword was still on his neck, so he did not dare to move. Just like this, he was in so much pain that his face turned pale and he even foamed at the mouth. Ling Shiqi saw that it was about time. He changed his seal and temporarily calmed the centipede curse, but Chu Qiu's body was still convulsing. After a while, he slowly recovered. Ling Shiqi said coldly, "Remember, I'm the one asking you. If you don't want all your meridians to be bitten and die in endless pain, tell me everything you know." Chu Qiu panted a few times and nodded heavily. "Tell me, what is the purpose of you and the Imperial Beast Camp coming to the demonic miasma mountain range?" Chu Qiu weakly said something that shocked Ling Shiqi. He also understood why the Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect had joined forces for the first time. Chapter 215. What Chu Qiu said was, in the center of the mountain range, there is a rank 6 monster beast that may undergo tribulation at any time. Rank 6 monster beast. Tribulation. Transformation. Chu Qiu's short sentence set off a huge wave in Ling Shiqi's heart. A rank 6 monster beast was already equivalent to a spirit cultivator at the unity of heaven and man realm. If it went any higher, wouldn't it be equivalent to a cultivator who had transcended the 4 realms of heaven and man? But what he didn't know before was that a rank 6 monster beast had to undergo tribulation to break through. Ling Shiqi was no stranger to the term tribulation, but he didn't expect there to be one in this world. And if a rank 6 monster beast successfully underwent tribulation, it would be recognized by heaven and earth and become a rank 7 monster beast. A rank 7 monster beast that could transform into a human. And the goal of the Imperial Beast Abode and Blood Beast sect was obviously this rank 6 monster beast that was about to undergo tribulation. These two sects were famous for their beast-taming techniques. If this rank 6 monster beast successfully underwent tribulation, then it was very likely that they would capture it for their own use. After a monster beast underwent tribulation, there would be a period of weakness. The two sects had sent out so many experts, it seemed like they were determined to get it. So this is the real goal of the two top forces. Lin Shiqi finally understood everything. After understanding the whole story, Lin Shiqi asked some questions about himself. You, an 8th level spirit transformation realm cultivator, can safely wander around the center of the mountain range. Did you chase away all the monsters in the center? Chu Qiu answered honestly, actually, not really. The rank 6 monster beast that is undergoing tribulation is an extremely rare species, the soul-leaving scorpion. Its aura has already been locked onto by the tribulation, but we don't know when it will descend. The other rank 6 monsters have already sensed the aura of the tribulation and ran further away. So now, not only the inner area, there are no other monsters in the center of the mountain range. Because of this, there is actually no danger here. Our people and the Imperial Beast Abode are patrolling the border between the inner area and the center of the mountain range. Lin Shiqi nodded in understanding. At the same time, he felt a little unlucky. The treasure-seeking compass must have pointed to the center of the mountain range, but now that there were so many experts gathered there, even if he had strange means, he would be easily discovered. He was wondering if he should wait until everything was over and take advantage of the fact that the other high-level demonic beasts had not returned to search for treasures. But at this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded in the sky. Lin Shiqi's expression suddenly changed. He dragged Chu Qiu to the ground and looked up. They were still in the inner area of the demonic miasma mountain range. The sky here was originally filled with a faint miasma, but at this moment, the miasma in the sky had suddenly disappeared completely. It was as if it had been completely dispelled by that bolt of lightning. However, the mountain range did not become brighter. Instead, it became even darker. This was because boundless black clouds had appeared in the sky. These black clouds gave off an extremely terrifying oppressive feeling, causing Lin Shiqi to feel a little breathless. Chu Qiu was shocked. He stammered, "TT Heavenly Tribulation. This is the Heavenly Tribulation." "No, this is just the precursor of the Heavenly Tribulation. I'm afraid that the soul-defying scorpion will undergo the tribulation in a day or two," Chu Qiu said with a trembling voice. Lin Shiqi turned to look at him. This Chu Qiu seemed to know a lot. In fact, what Lin Shiqi did not know was that these things were also recorded in detail in the blood clothing pavilion, but he had never seen them. Chu Qiu said, "Senior, I've told you everything you want to know. Now that the heavenly tribulation is about to arrive, it proves that what I said is true. In order to avoid being affected by the heavenly tribulation, the experts of the sect will definitely retreat and soon find that I'm missing. Senior, if you let me go now, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. I will not say a word about what happened today." Lin Shiqi looked at Chu Qiu, and a thought flashed through his mind. He said, "Okay, as long as you hand over the Beast Essence demonic method, I can let you go." The Beast Essence demonic method that Lin Shiqi cultivated was incomplete. Now that he had a disciple of the Blood Beast sect in his hands, he could ask for the rest of the method. Chu Qiu was shocked when he heard this, and his face instantly sank. "Senior, the Beast Essence demonic method is not something that can be cultivated by just anyone in the sect. For example, in our generation, only Zhuo Duanya has cultivated this method. Moreover, the method in the sect is strictly forbidden to be spread to outsiders, otherwise it will become nourishment for the blood fiends. Moreover, even if I give it to you, once you are recognized to have used the Beast Essence demonic method, you will inevitably be hunted down by the sect." When Lin Shiqi heard this, he felt that Chu Qiu did not seem to be lying and felt that it was a pity. He could not help but think of the evil young man who captured Cui Jing and his wife as a guide. He should be the Zhuo Duanya that Chu Qiu mentioned. Just hearing this name made him think of Zhuo Laogue in the space under the Blood Fog Island. His Beast Essence demonic destruction technique was obtained from him. Was there some sort of relationship between Zhuo Duanya and Zhuo Duanya? However, Ling Shiqi did not have time to think too much at this time, because in the Byakugan's vision, he did see several people with auras much stronger than him walking towards the inner area. They should be people from the Blood Beast sect or the Imperial Beast camp. Ling Shiqi knew that he could not stay here for long. The jade sword in his hand moved, and like a long river, the sword cut off Chu Qiu's head. He did not want to be hunted down by a top force like the Blood Beast sect in the future. Of course, he could not leave anyone alive. After Chu Qiu died, Ling Shiqi saw a light green ball of light float out of his body. He gently waved his hand, and the green ball of light floated over and entered his body. Ling Shiqi knew that this was the effect of the passive skill, Hell's Curse. After he absorbed the ball of light, he immediately felt that his spiritual power had increased slightly. His physical strength had also increased, but the increase was very small. Even so, he was very satisfied. He was only curious whether the soul he absorbed was Chu Qiu's soul, but he could not verify it. After that, Ling Shiqi searched Chu Qiu's body and buried it underground. He quickly left this place, far away from the people of the two sections. 2 days later, the heavenly tribulation descended. Ling Shiqi even retreated to the edge of the inner area, but he could still clearly feel the terrifying aura that was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. He looked up at the sky. At this time, the demonic miasma mountain range was completely covered with rolling black clouds, covering the sky. He also wanted to see what the legendary heavenly tribulation looked like. The disciples of the other two sects dared to stay here, so the heavenly tribulation would probably not affect them. Not long after, a few faint sounds of thunder came from the black clouds. The sound was not very loud, but it was intimidating. There was a kind of majesty that could not be offended. Gradually, the sound of thunder in the black clouds became more and more frequent. There were even a few dark purple lightning flashes occasionally. The lightning and thunder slowly gathered in the center of the mountain range. The black clouds there also formed a vortex, as if the heavenly punishment would descend at any time. And under the center of the black cloud vortex, there was a small mountain peak towering. On the peak of the mountain, there was a purple-black giant scorpion. It was the rank 6 demonic beast that was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation, the soul-departing scorpion. At this time, the soul-departing scorpion's purple eyes stared at the center of the black cloud vortex without any fear in its eyes. Chapter 2:16. The soul-departing scorpion showed no fear under the heavenly tribulation. Instead, it burst out with a soaring fighting spirit. Boom! The heavenly tribulation seemed to be dissatisfied with the soul-departing scorpion's actions, and without warning, a dark blue lightning as thick as an arm fell. Although this lightning bolt was small, Ling Shiqi could see it clearly even though he was standing far away. Just when the lightning fell, Ling Shiqi actually had an impulse to kneel to the sky. The dark blue lightning accurately struck the soul-departing scorpion, causing it to reveal a strange pain in its purple eyes. At the same time, its whole body rolled and emitted purple light. The purple light and the dark blue lightning reflected each other, appearing incomparably mysterious. The purple light on the soul-departing scorpion gradually dimmed, and the lightning also dissipated. This heavenly tribulation, the soul-departing scorpion safely passed. Ling Shiqi couldn't see the specific situation, but he saw that the lightning began to condense in the black clouds again, and he knew that the soul-departing scorpion should have passed the first level. After a few seconds, kacha, kacha, 2 lightning bolts fell at the same time. The lightning almost illuminated the entire center and inner area of the mountain range. The soul-departing scorpion once again bloomed purple light, but now the purple light was much dimmer than before. How could it resist 2 lightning bolts? Sure enough, under these 2 lightning bolts, the soul-departing scorpion's skin was immediately split open. In some places, its bones could even be seen. However, the fighting spirit in the soul-departing scorpion's eyes did not decrease at all, but continued to increase. The third heavenly thunder began to brew in the sky. This was the last heavenly thunder, and also the most terrifying heavenly thunder. It was unknown how many 6th-level demonic beasts had fallen under this last heavenly thunder. The lightning in the center of the black clouds became more dense, and countless lightning bolts merged together into a black lightning. Immediately, a huge black lightning bolt as thick as a tree fell from the sky. As soon as the black lightning appeared, it actually made Ling Shiqi's mind shake, and the soul-departing scorpion opened its mouth and spat out a gorgeous purple pattern monster core. That was the life source demon core of the soul-departing scorpion. The real name Monster Core formed a purple light shield above its head. Under the tyrannical black lightning, this light shield only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was broken. Fortunately, the protective shield of this life source Monster Core was not useless. In just a few short breaths of time, it had worn away half of the soul-leaving scorpion's lightning energy. Following that, the soul-departing scorpion no longer had any other means, and it had also reached the most critical moment. The remaining pitch-black lightning struck directly on the soul-departing scorpion's body, completely enveloping it in a black lightning prison, enduring endless torment. Under the lightning, the soul-departing scorpion could only struggle its body. However, the extent of its struggle became smaller and smaller, only revealing a badly mutilated body. When the last strand of black lightning was exhausted, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated into nothingness, as if they had never appeared. A rarely seen light appeared in the entire demonic miasma mountain range. The heavenly tribulation was over. However, did the soul-departing scorpion survive the heavenly tribulation? Ling Shiqi immediately opened his Byakugan. He found that the people from the Imperial Beast Camp and the Blood Beast sect were all rushing to the center of the mountain range. Ling Shiqi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and he also ran towards the center of the mountain range. Amongst all of them, there were two people who were the fastest, and both of them were flying through the air. One of them was a middle-aged man with white hair but a mustache. He was the elder Xie who had noticed Ling Shiqi's Byakugan. That was the great elder of the Blood Beast sect, a powerful spirit cultivator who surpassed the four realms of heaven, Xie Pengyu. The other person was one of the three great beast kings of the Imperial Beast Camp, the thousand-legged beast king, Nan Men Yun. The two of them directly turned into two streams of light and arrived at the place where the soul-departing scorpion was undergoing its tribulation at a speed that was difficult for everyone to reach. When they saw that the soul-departing scorpion was only left with a pool of flesh and blood, they revealed a look of disappointment. Nan Men Yun sighed slightly. Did it fail? What a pity. Fake mercy, I want the remains of the soul-departing scorpion. Xie Pengyu took a step forward and arrived in front of the soul-departing scorpion. Just as Xie Pengyu was about to collect its remains, a weak purple light suddenly bloomed. Immediately after, the purple light became more and more dense. In the blink of an eye, it formed a purple cocoon that wrapped around the soul-departing scorpion. Nan Men Yun exclaimed, it succeeded. Get lost. Nan Men Yun formed a strange spirit seal with both hands, and immediately, a huge centipede shadow that was dozens of feet tall suddenly soared into the sky behind him. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy surged out. The centipede had tens of thousands of sharp claws, and each claw was condensed with a little bit of spirit light. In an instant, thousands of laser-like spirit energy shot out in all directions. Xie Pengyu growled and actually let out a demonic roar. A boundless blood river suddenly appeared around him. The blood river swept and flowed continuously, blocking most of the spirit light. And in the blood river, two huge arms stretched out from nowhere. The arms swung down and directly scattered the remaining spirit light. The soul-departing scorpion had successfully passed its tribulation and was in the process of transforming. Now was the time for them to fight. The blood river flowed around Xie Pengyu, and in the blood river, there was a fierce giant beast. He coldly said, Old man, the soul-departing scorpion hasn't transformed yet, and you're already attacking. Aren't you being too hasty? The 1,000-feet centipede behind Nan Men Yun stood upright. It opened its mouth and began to spit out clouds, causing the entire mountain range to be filled with immortal fog. Nan Men Yun sneered, since the soul-departing scorpion has successfully passed its tribulation, it's only a matter of time before it transforms. At the very least, it will be treated as a guardian spirit beast in my imperial beast abode. It's better than being peeled open and studied by executioners like you. The two great sects had been enemies for many years. The reason for their hostility was that their cultivation philosophies were completely opposite. The two of them were at the top of their sections. They had been fighting each other for many years, so they naturally didn't have anything good to say. The two of them didn't even finish their words before they started fighting again. The battle between them could be said to be earth-shattering. The void twisted, and the entire mountain range shook. The mountain where the soul-departing scorpion was transcending its tribulation was razed to the ground. However, they were carefully controlling their power and didn't hurt the purple cocoon at all. While they were fighting, the experts and disciples of the two great sects also rushed over. When they saw that Nan Men Yun and Xia Pengyu had started fighting, they also started fighting one after another. They weren't worried that both sides would be injured and that the soul-departing scorpion would escape. This was because both Nan Men Yun and Xia Pengyu could easily suppress the newly transformed soul-departing scorpion. For a moment, the center of the demonic miasma mountain range was filled with countless terrifying spirit force fluctuations. However, they didn't notice that a figure was quietly approaching. Chapter 217. This person was, of course, Ling Shiqi. He saw the destructive battle between Nan Men Yun and Xia Pengyu from afar, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was certain that if he was even slightly touched by the aftermath of that battle, he would immediately be crushed into powder. He was fearful of that kind of power, but he also yearned for it. He hoped that one day, he would also have such power. However, the most important thing for him now was to take advantage of the chaos to obtain the treasure. Ling Shiqi took out the treasure-seeking compass. The purple light on the compass immediately formed an arrow and pointed in a certain direction. He looked in that direction and was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. No matter how good Ling Shiqi's mentality was, he actually wanted to curse at this moment. He even wanted to smash the broken compass in his hand. Because the treasure-seeking compass was pointing at the purple cocoon that the soul-departing scorpion had transformed into. It seems that the treasure-seeking compass has always been pointing at the soul-departing scorpion. The Blood Beast sect and the Imperial Beast camp, these two top sects, obviously covet the treasure. But how can I obtain the treasure from the experts of these two sects? This treasure-seeking compass is too deceitful. Ling Shiqi was really flustered and exasperated. He had been careful and vigilant these past few days. Now, he even took the risk to enter the center of the mountain range. He was not here to snatch the treasure from the two sections. Sigh. After a while, Ling Shiqi faintly sighed. This time, he admitted defeat. He wasted a few days for nothing. Just as he was about to return to the demon-suppressing town to think of a way, the purple cocoon suddenly changed. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Immediately after, ka. More and more cracks appeared. Even Nan Men Yun and Xia Pengyu stopped at this moment. Everyone's gaze fell on the purple cocoon. They knew that the soul-departing scorpion had successfully transformed. With a bang, the purple silkworm cocoon suddenly exploded, and a blurry figure appeared inside. However, the purple fragments that exploded did not scatter. Instead, they gathered around the figure and condensed into a gorgeous purple dress. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. Her figure was exquisite and her face was enchanting and charming. The purple dress added a bit of luxury to her. Especially her pair of purple eyes, they were even more breathtaking. This was a stunner that could make countless people fall head over heels for her and lose their souls. Some of the younger disciples only glanced at her once before their eyes went blank, completely unaware of it. She was a rank 7 shape-shifting greater demon, the soul-departing scorpion. Even the thousand-legged beast king, Nan Men Yun, was stunned. He said, "Soul-leaving scorpion, it's not easy for you to transform. Come back to the Imperial Beast House with me. This king will grant you the position of Sect Guardian Spirit Beast. Your position in the sect will be second only to the 3 Beast Kings." Xia Pengyu looked at the soul-departing scorpion with a greedy expression. However, He wasn't greedy for the scorpion's appearance. Instead, he wanted to study what a great Yao looked like. He continued, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The imperial beast abode is just using a formation to imprison you under the mountain gate forever. You have to guard the sect for generations to come. This is a fate worse than death. Now that you are a great demon, you should understand that it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the demon beast clan to advance further. If you join our blood beast sect, we can help you break through to the 8th step." The two of them didn't make a move immediately. They both wanted to obtain the soul-departing scorpion, but if they could persuade her, wouldn't it save them a lot of effort? The soul-departing scorpion's purple eyes turned slightly. Her red lips slightly opened. Nan Men Yun and Xie Pengyu thought that she was going to say something. Unexpectedly, the soul-departing scorpion suddenly let out a sharp and ear-piercing sound. That sound instantly enveloped the entire center of the mountain range. Everyone was stunned. The spirit transformation stage disciples of the two great sects swayed and fell to the ground. The spirit cultivators of the 4th realm of Heaven realm were not having a good time either. They all covered their ears in pain, but it was useless. Ling Shiqi was the furthest away, but he was also affected by the screams. His mind was suddenly filled with turbulent waves, and he vaguely felt that his soul was about to be forcibly dragged out of his body. With a thought, Ling Shiqi used a pure spiritual force between his eyebrows to wrap around himself. Only then was he able to slightly block a portion of the sound waves. At the same time, a light green shadow floated out from the bodies of the fallen spirit transformation stage disciples. Those shadows quickly gathered and finally drilled into the mouth of the soul-departing scorpion. He exclaimed inwardly, "Is that the real soul?" The soul-departing scorpion really lives up to its reputation. Not only them, even Nan Men Yun and Xie Pengyu were caught off guard and almost fell for it. Xie Pengyu's face darkened as he shouted sternly, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's the same when this old man cripples you and drags you back." Nan Men Yun also said, "Stubborn." At this moment, the two experts reached out to grab the soul-departing scorpion at the same time. Xie Pengyu waved his hand, and a boundless blood river appeared. For a moment, blood chi soared into the sky. A strange giant beast that was 200 feet tall walked out from the blood river. The 4 limbs of the giant beast were different, as if they were pieced together by different demonic beasts. There was also a pair of giant blood-colored wings on its back. Nan Men Yun tapped his foot lightly and leaped into the air, landing on the head of the 1,000-legged centipede. The man and beast were surrounded by clouds, but the dreamy clouds were filled with destructive killing intent. The soul-departing scorpion let out a soft burp. Then a purple light surrounded its body and it turned into a ray of purple light that broke through the sky. Still want to escape? Just give up." Nan Men Yun and Xie Pengyu tried to stop it, but who would have thought that the purple light would be so powerful? It tore through Xie Pengyu and the blood river, breaking through Nan Men Yun's clouds. The two of them knew that the soul-departing scorpion was good at capturing souls, but they didn't expect it to be so fast after transforming. In a moment of carelessness, the soul-departing scorpion broke through their encirclement. The two of them immediately brought their spirit beasts and blood beasts to chase after it. If they really let the soul-departing scorpion escape today, their old faces would be completely lost. Once they left, the remaining spirit cultivators of the 4 realms of heaven and earth started to fight again. They were already mortal enemies, and they had lost their disciples of the spirit transformation realm just now, so their attacks were even more ruthless. When Ling Shiqi saw that they had left with the soul-departing scorpion, he relaxed. He was also prepared to leave, but when he looked down, he couldn't help but be stunned. The direction pointed by the treasure-seeking plate in his hand still hadn't changed. That's not right, the soul-departing scorpion has already flown away, so the treasure-seeking plate is pointing at is not the soul-departing scorpion, but something else. Ling Shiqi activated his supercilious eyes and looked in the direction the treasure-seeking plate was pointing at. Chapter 218. Ling Shiqi used his Byakugan to immediately see that there was something below the soul-departing scorpion. Deep underground, there was a strange ball of spirit energy. In his Byakugan, spirit cultivators and demon beasts' spirit energy were all blue, but the ball of spirit energy underground was actually green. The strength of the green spirit energy was not weaker than Siepingyu, and it was obvious that it was not a living thing. Ling Shiqi felt that it was strange. How could a non-living thing contain such terrifying spirit energy? Other than this thing, there was also an aura weaker than him. It seemed to be a rank 2 demon beast. That ball of green spirit energy should be the treasure that the treasure-seeking compass is referring to. Ling Shiqi quietly observed the battle between the two great sections. These people were all at the 4th realm of Sky Man, and the momentum of the battle was extremely huge. Especially the few great experts at the Unity of Heaven Man realm, their fight caused the center of the mountain to shake. Ling Shiqi sank deep into the ground, and then went around half a circle, bypassing the fighting spirit cultivators to explore the treasure. After a while, Ling Shiqi's feet suddenly became empty. He suddenly discovered that there was actually a dark cave hidden underground. As soon as he entered the cave, he immediately smelled a faint stench, but he did not care, because the treasure that the treasure-seeking compass pointed to was not far from him. Ling Shiqi turned 2 corners and came to a slightly more open area. Before he got close, he could see a green light flickering. He walked forward and saw a diamond-shaped green crystal that was half the height of a person floating in the air. The green light was emitted from this crystal. Ling Shiqi felt a familiar aura from this green crystal, and after the green light entered his body, it actually resonated with the beast origin battle marks on his body. It's definitely something good. And beside the crystal, there was a palm-sized scorpion. Ling Shiqi knew that this was the rank 2 demon beast. He opened his palm and condensed a large amount of cold qi to temporarily freeze the small scorpion, but he did not kill it yet. That was because his top priority was to get that crystal first. However, when he approached the crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. This green light was so strong that it sent Ling Shiqi flying. Boom! Ling Shiqi slammed into the stone wall behind him. He wasn't hurt, but he knew that the green crystal wouldn't be easy to collect. If he wanted to collect the crystals, he could either store them in his mustard seed bag or store them in the system space. Ling Shiqi reckoned that this thing was not ordinary. His mustard seed bag might not be able to withstand it, and for safety reasons, it was best to directly store it in the system space. However, in order to store it in the system space, he had to touch the crystal with both hands. Immediately, Ling Shiqi gritted his teeth, and his bones cracked. His body grew several times larger in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, a set of reddish-brown armor appeared on his body. His body arched slightly, and then he shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the green crystal. He reached out his hands to grab the crystal, but the crystal emitted a green light again. Strangely enough, the green light didn't send him flying this time. Instead, it wrapped him up gently like cotton. Ling Shiqi felt his whole body warm up, and the green light seeped into his body. Some of the green light merged into his flesh, and some of it went into his spiritual space. At this time, Ling Shiqi did not have time to carefully understand whether the green light was beneficial or harmful to him, because his hands had already touched the green crystal. Then, with a thought, the green crystal disappeared and was stored in the system space. Success! Phew! Ling Shiqi sighed softly. Although he did not know what this crystal was used for, he had finally obtained this treasure. He would have time to slowly study it in the future. Just as Ling Shiqi was about to kill the little scorpion next to him and leave, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he secretly shivered. At this moment, an enchanting and charming woman appeared behind him. That woman's pair of emotionless purple eyes stared at Ling Shiqi. She was the soul-leaving scorpion. However, at this time, the soul-leaving scorpion's body was clearly injured, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Ling Shiqi's body stiffened. He turned his head around with difficulty. When he saw this woman, his mind exploded with a buzzing sound, causing his mind to go blank and his soul to leave his body. The soul-leaving scorpion's eyes moved, and a brilliant purple light bloomed. Leng Shiqi only felt his vision blur, and then he found that he could not move his body. Then, a seductive voice sounded in his ears, "Human boy has demon blood in his body. It seems that he has also cultivated a technique to devour demon beasts." This was the first time Leng Shiqi hated the demon beast essence technique so much. He wanted to struggle before death, but now he did not even have the ability to open his mouth. The soul-leaving scorpion walked in front of Leng Shiqi's face, and stretched out a finger to poke his face, with a look of interest in her eyes. That beautiful face was in front of Leng Shiqi, but he only felt fear in his heart. However, he did not give up and quickly looked for a way to escape. At this time, the soul-leaving scorpion did not kill him, which meant that he still had some value. You can actually collect the Heaven Demon Soul Crystal. That's strange, but it's good. Leng Shiqi did not know what she meant by, "it's good," but he knew that the soul-leaving scorpion was probably going to attack him. The soul-leaving scorpion forced a drop of blood from her fingertip, and then she used the blood to draw a complicated and strange pattern in the air. The soul-leaving scorpion murmured, "It's your good fortune to be implanted with a demon slave blood contract and become my slave." Leng Shiqi was shocked when he heard this. If he was really implanted with this demon slave blood contract, he was afraid that he would be enslaved by the soul-leaving scorpion for the rest of his life. However, he did not have any way to stop it. In the end, he was still too weak. The soul-leaving scorpion's jade finger gently pointed, and the blood contract was imprinted on Leng Shiqi's body. Then he felt a strange energy pour into his countless blood, and even a trace of it entered his spiritual space. Leng Shiqi was like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the soul-leaving scorpion. However, to the surprise of Leng Shiqi and the soul-leaving scorpion, after a while, nothing strange happened to Leng Shiqi. That power was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Even the soul-leaving scorpion, a great demon beast, was stunned. Failed? How is that possible? The soul-leaving scorpion directly grabbed Leng Shiqi, and the purple light in her eyes seemed to see through him. Who are you? Chapter 219. The soul-departing scorpion grabbed Leng Shiqi's neck and asked coldly, "Only those whose bloodline is not below mine can't plant a demon slave blood contract. Who are you?" Leng Shiqi was also confused, but he knew that this was a good thing. After all, he had escaped a disaster. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the system information had always shown that he had a bloodline, but the bloodline showed a question mark. Leng Shiqi had guessed before that his bloodline might be beyond the scope of the system's knowledge. Connecting it to what the soul-departing scorpion said, he was even more convinced that his body must have a bloodline no weaker than the soul-departing scorpion. The soul-departing scorpion was an extremely rare and noble bloodline among monsters. It was born as a rank 2 monster, equivalent to a spirit cultivator at the spirit transformation realm. After it grew to maturity, it would naturally become a rank 6 monster. It could be said that any adult soul-departing scorpion had strength comparable to the unity of heaven and man realm. That was why the people of the Imperial Beast House and the Blood Beast sect valued the soul-departing scorpions so much. When they learned that there was a soul-departing scorpion in the depths of the demon miasma mountain range that was about to undergo tribulation, they rushed over. Now, Leng Shiqi was sincerely grateful to the original owner of this body. If not for this, he would have already become a slave of the soul-departing scorpion. His life and death were in the hands of others at all times. It was really worse than death. "Human, if you don't want to die, listen to me," the soul-departing scorpion said again. Leng Shiqi couldn't move at all. He could only barely move his eyelids. "Since you can hide from everyone and come here, you must have a way to leave quietly, right?" Leng Shiqi felt that his head had some feeling, but he couldn't speak, so he could only nod. "Very good." After the soul-departing scorpion finished speaking, another drop of blood appeared on its fingertip. It began to draw the blood pattern again, but this time the pattern was completely different from the last time. "This is an equal blood contract. Although your strength is low, your bloodline is very noble. It is not a disgrace to me. The pattern split into two in midair and entered the bodies of the Leng Shiqi and the soul-leaving scorpion respectively. Immediately, Leng Shiqi felt a tearing pain in his head. It was as if his soul was being torn in half. At the same time, the soul-leaving scorpion's face also showed a painful expression. Then, two finger-thick green light beams flew out from between their eyebrows and flew into each other's eyebrows. The soul-departing scorpion said, "Now that you and I have formed a blood contract, we each control a part of the other's soul. We cannot harm each other, or we will lose this part of our soul forever. If you lose a part of your soul, not only will it be difficult to improve your cultivation, you won't even have the qualifications to enter the cycle of reincarnation." At this moment, Leng Shiqi finally regained his senses. When he heard these words, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Not to mention other things, at least he survived and did not need to be controlled by others. But he was still slightly unable to wrap his head around it. Logically speaking, with his measly cultivation, he utterly didn't have the slightest room to resist before the soul-leaving scorpion. Judging from her previous question, she seemed to want to use Leng Shiqi to help her escape from here. The soul-leaving scorpion could use countless methods to force him to do this. Why beat around the bush? Besides, Leng Shiqi didn't think he had the ability to hide from Nan Men Yun and Xie Pengyu to save the soul-leaving scorpion. Then, without seeing the soul-leaving scorpion make any movements, Leng Shiqi felt that his body could move again. He immediately deactivated the Beast Yuan battle pattern and returned to his original appearance. The Beast Yuan battle pattern of the rank 3 Red Crag Beast was still too taxing on him. And even if he activated the Beast Yuan battle pattern, it would have no effect in front of the soul-leaving scorpion, so he simply deactivated it. The soul-leaving scorpion ignored him. Instead, countless sharp purple lights bloomed from her palm and entered her body. She stretched out her hand again and the little scorpion that was originally frozen by Leng Shiqi instantly melted the ice layer and flew in front of the soul-leaving scorpion, facing her. Leng Shiqi didn't know what the soul-leaving scorpion was going to do. He only knew that he would be fine as long as he stayed put. Then the soul-leaving scorpion opened her red lips and spat out a purple pattern monster core. That was her life source monster core. It was now a rank 7 monster core. The life source monster core immediately cast a faint light curtain that enveloped her and the little scorpion. Then the little scorpion also spat out a small monster core, but this monster core was indeed very dim. In Leng Shiqi's eyes, he clearly saw a green shadow emerge from the soul-leaving scorpion and the little scorpion. The shadow of the soul-leaving scorpion was very similar to her original body, while the little scorpion was just a small green ball of light. Then something that surprised Leng Shiqi happened. The shadow of the soul-leaving scorpion actually drilled into the little scorpion's body, and the small green ball of light sank into the transformed body of the soul-leaving scorpion. Then the little scorpion opened its mouth and swallowed the gorgeous purple pattern monster core, and the remaining dim little monster core was sent into the mouth of the soul-leaving scorpion. Leng Shiqi's eyes flashed a few rays of light. He was secretly shocked. She is taking over the little scorpion. No, this is a soul exchange. I understand. She wants me to escape with the little scorpion, and her original body directly gave up. Perhaps she knows that the aura of her original body can't be concealed. Even if she escapes, she will be caught by the people of the 2 major sects, so she used this method of escaping. She has given up on her human form and cultivation base of a great demon beast that she had painstakingly obtained. Now, she is only a 2nd-rank demon beast, so she needs someone to help her. This is also the reason why she wants to sign a blood contract with me. At this moment, Leng Shiqi suddenly figured out the purpose of the soul-leaving scorpion, and also dispelled the previous doubts. After all this was done, the eyes of the human body of the soul-leaving scorpion were dull, and suddenly sat on the ground. However, the little scorpion spoke in human language, "Take me away before they find this place." Leng Shiqi secretly thought that it was as expected. When he thought that he might have to stay with this soul-leaving scorpion for a long time in the future, his heart chilled. No one dared to stay with a rank 7 great monster, it was simply like feeding a tiger. Moreover, He himself had countless secrets. Having a 7th-rank great demon by his side would be a hindrance to him. But now he had no other choice. If he didn't bring the soul-leaving scorpion away, then he could forget about keeping that part of his soul. Immediately, Leng Shiqi could only bring the soul-leaving scorpion into the mountain wall, and used all of his spirit energy to leave the center of the mountain range at full speed. Just after they left for half an incense's time, the cave suddenly collapsed. For extremely terrifying auras descended. It was Southern Cloud Gate, Xiapengyu, and their spirit beasts and blood beasts. They all saw the soul-leaving scorpion lying in the ruins, heavily injured. Xiapengyu sneered, "Your illusion technique is quite exquisite, but unfortunately you met this old man. You can't hide your demonic aura for long." Nan Menyun also said, "If you had followed this king back to the sect from the beginning, you wouldn't have had to suffer this physical pain." "Humph, old man, you're showing tenderness towards the fairer sex. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this witch." Xiapengyu mocked. Nan Menyun didn't get angry. He lightly said, "Since this monster is already heavily injured, then you and I should decide a victor." Xiapengyu was about to say something, but suddenly, the body of the soul-leaving scorpion changed back to its original scorpion form, and its body rapidly expanded. Chapter 220. Deep underground in the center of the mountain range, Leng Shiqi continued to drill forward, but he was still dissatisfied. The soul-departing scorpion said, "Can't you go faster?" Leng Shiqi opened his mouth. He didn't know what to call the soul-departing scorpion, so he could only say, "Senior, this is already Junior's fastest speed. Once we avoid the spirit cultivators above and return to the ground, it will be faster. Forget it, since you and I have signed an equal blood contract, I will lend you some strength." As the soul-departing scorpion spoke, it spat out a purple mist from its mouth. Leng Shiqi inadvertently sucked it in, and his body was surrounded by waves of purple light, and his aura continued to soar. Under this, his speed was more than 3 times faster. Leng Shiqi was familiar with this feeling. After all, when he was possessed by the demon spirit, he had borrowed the power of the demon spirit. However, he was still a little worried and asked, "Senior, will this attract the attention of those two?" The soul-departing scorpion climbed onto Leng Shiqi's shoulder and said, "You are quite cautious. Don't worry, they won't have time soon." Leng Shiqi was a little confused, but he didn't dare to ask more. At this moment, he suddenly felt a monstrous wave of spirit energy coming from behind him. He was clearly deep underground, but he could clearly feel the earth trembling, and there was a heaven-shaking sound in his ears. If he was on the ground, he would be able to see a purple mushroom cloud rising from the center of the mountain range. With the soul-departing scorpion's body as the center, the raging purple cloud spread out. Everywhere it passed, everything was razed to the ground. The mountain peaks collapsed, the earth dragons turned over, and the explosion was like a heavenly punishment that almost overturned the entire center of the mountain range. Leng Shiqi activated his supercilious eyes, and only then did he realize that there were not many of the 4 realms of heaven and man experts left. Fortunately, his speed had increased explosively earlier, allowing him to run to the periphery of the central region. Since he was deep underground, he had not been affected by the shockwaves. What is that?" The soul-departing scorpion said viciously, "That is my original body's self-destruction." Leng Shiqi didn't know what to say anymore. There was only shock in his heart. The self-destruction of a rank 7 great demon. No wonder there was such a terrifying destructive power. Humph, Nan Men-yun of the Imperial Beast Abode and Xiapengyu of the Blood Beast sect. You've ruined my hundreds of years of cultivation. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. This is just a small gift. Leng Shiqi could clearly feel the soul-departing scorpion soaring hatred, even calling out the word, "Old Mother." However, he was also a little impressed by the soul-departing scorpion's courage. To be able to decisively self-destruct his own great demon body, this kind of courage was really something that ordinary people did not have. Although he was shocked and impressed, his speed did not decrease in the slightest. Now, those experts of the four realms of heaven and earth had suffered heavy casualties from the self-detonation of the soul-departing scorpion. Even Nan Men Yun and Xia Pengyu were probably not having a good time. They couldn't even take care of themselves right now, much less carefully investigate the aura. Ling Shiqi tried his best to drill into the inner area. When he completely reached the inner area, Ling Shiqi directly returned to the ground. He stepped on a faint purple cloud, his body like cotton floating in the wind. It looked like he was floating slowly, but every time he moved, he would move dozens of feet away. Ling Shiqi did not care about the changes behind him. He sped forward silently. When the purple cloud in his body was exhausted, he had already run to the border between the inner area and the outer area. At this time, his speed suddenly slowed down. The soul-departing scorpion said, "We finally got rid of those two old ghosts for the time being. However, your body more or less has a trace of my aura. Just in case, it's better to run as far as possible." Ling Shiqi's footsteps still did not stop. However, without the support of the soul-departing scorpion's power, his speed was clearly not as fast as before. After all, his spirit steps was a movement-type spirit technique that was more useful in battle, and not a light body-type spirit technique that focused on speed. After running like this for about an hour, they finally reached the outer area of the demonic miasma mountain range. Ling Shiqi panted and stopped using ghost walk and spirit steps because he only had less than 20% of his spirit power left. He hurriedly swallowed 2 spirit chi recovery pills and panted, "Senior, it's far enough." The soul-departing scorpion said, "Yes, rest for a while. They came here to capture me." The self-destruction of my physical body in front of them completely cut off their thoughts. Next, they might directly return to the sect. Ling Shiqi heard this and sank into the ground to recover his spirit power. The soul-departing scorpion said, "Human, what is your name?" "Junior is Ling Shiqi." "Ling Shiqi, I don't know how you found the Heaven Fiend's soul crystal, nor do I know how you collected it. But I have to admit, if it wasn't for you, even if my soul switched bodies, I wouldn't have been able to escape. But if you didn't meet me, you would also have died under my self-destruction. You and I both saved each other's lives, so we don't owe each other anything. Now that you and I have signed an equal blood contract, I will tell you the truth. In the future, I need you to help me recover my strength. If you have any conditions, just say it." Junior doesn't dare. It is Junior's honor to serve Senior. You humans have always been so hypocritical, unlike us fiends. If you help me, I will naturally help you. Of course, if you don't say it, then forget it. Ling Shiqi could only awkwardly say, "Senior, Junior does have a headache right now and wants to ask Senior for advice." What he wanted the most now was to break through to the spirit pulse realm as soon as possible. With the soul-departing scorpion that had lived for hundreds of years, there should be a way. The soul-departing scorpion said, "Don't call me Senior or Junior, it makes me confused. My name is Nine Leave. Right now, I am only a rank 2 fiend. You and I can be equals. Before Nine Leave, is there a way for me to break through to the spirit pulse realm in a short time?" Nine Leave's bean-sized eyes stared at Ling Shiqi carefully. She continued, "The biggest problem with your cultivation is that it is not pure enough. If you slowly polish it, you won't be able to break through in a few years, let alone a short time." Although Ling Shiqi already knew this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Nine Leaves' tone changed again. "But it's not that there is no way. I remember that there is an old ferret with a spirit spring. He has been tinkering with the spirit spring all these years. If you can refine spirit power in that spirit spring, you will only need a few days to sublimate your sea of chi into a spirit sea." Spirit spring. Ling Shiqi once read in a book that when the spirit chi of heaven and earth was condensed to the extreme, it would become a drop of spirit liquid. Countless drops of spirit liquid gathered together to form a spirit spring. But according to what he knew, there were only a few spirit springs in the Thunderblaze dynasty. He didn't expect there to be one in the demonic miasma mountain range. Nine Leaves said, "If you want to cultivate in that spirit spring, it will be a little troublesome. I can help you think of a way. But I also need a large amount of beast cores to recover my cultivation. You have to get them for me after this. Ling Shiqi nodded deeply. Deal. Chapter 221. Nine Leaves said, that old Sable's lair is also in the center of the mountain range. Let's hide in the periphery for 2 days and wait for the Imperial Beast Camp and Blood Beast sect people to leave. Ling Shiqi hesitated. Will that old Sable be back in 2 days? That old Sable is very sly. If I was still a rank 6 monster, I might borrow his spirit spring for a few days and he might give me face. If I was a rank 7 monster, I would just snatch it. Unfortunately, I'm only a rank 2 monster. But with my understanding of him, he will definitely wait for everything to settle before returning. However, he might catch some rank 3 monsters to help him guard the spirit spring. That's troublesome. Rank 3 monsters. Ling Shiqi's heart sank. Nine Leaves said, don't worry, I will help you control those rank 3 monsters, but it won't be for long. How much spirit energy you can absorb will depend on your own ability. Ling Shiqi nodded to indicate that he understood. At this moment, he thought of another question. Senior, what is that Heaven Face Soul Crystal? Heaven Face Soul Crystal is a cultivation treasure for the monster race, especially for me. As long as you get close to the crystal, you can absorb a large amount of monster chi and a portion of soul power. I just didn't expect a human like you to have monster blood. Since you can collect the Heaven Face Soul Crystal, you must have an extraordinary spatial spirit tool on you. Ling Shiqi didn't expect the question to come back to him. He didn't know how to explain. Nine Leaves said, you're not worried that I will covet your things, are you? Junior doesn't dare. Ling Shiqi naturally didn't dare to admit it. I'm not interested in your secrets. I can share the Heaven Face Soul Crystal with you. In the future, as long as you help me recover my cultivation, the benefits will be beyond your imagination. Junior understands. Ling Shiqi said, but he still felt that the soul-departing scorpion seemed to have other intentions. This was clearly a bomb that would explode at any time, but he had no way to deal with it. It was already good that he was still alive. 3 days later, Ling Shiqi and Nine Leaf quietly returned to the center of the mountain range. No one would have thought that they would dare to come back after escaping not long ago. Fortunately, there were no signs of life in the center of the mountain range. They smoothly arrived at a dark nest. This was the lair of the rank 6 demonic beast, Mixed Devil Black Marten. Ling Shiqi had never thought that he would walk into the lair of a rank 6 monster so openly. The inside of the lair wasn't very big, and after walking for a short while, he could faintly feel waves of rich spirit chi. He continued to advance for a period of time, and in his eyes, he saw a ball of extremely condensed spirit chi that was like the bright moon. That was the spirit spring that Nine Leaves spoke of. And in the surroundings of the spirit spring, there was indeed the aura of more than a dozen third-rank demonic beasts. There was also an earthbound rat that the Ling Shiqi had encountered before. Nine Leaf jumped out of Ling Shiqi's shoulder and directly jumped into the middle of the third-rank demonic beasts. The third-rank demonic beasts immediately discovered her, but Nine Leaf's movements were even faster. A purple spirit light shot out of her eyes, and then a dozen purple threads shot out of the spirit light and instantly entangled the third-rank demonic beasts. The eyes of the demonic beasts that were entangled by the purple threads became blurry, and then they lay down groggily and stopped moving. Nine Leaf hurriedly said, my cultivation has been greatly damaged, and I don't know how long I can control them. Quickly enter the spirit spring to cultivate. Ling Shiqi used spirit steps and arrived at the spirit spring in a few steps. But when he saw the spirit spring, he was slightly taken aback. In his imagination, the spirit spring should be extremely pure spring water. But what appeared in front of him was a small pool of light green water emitting black gas. It didn't look like a good thing. Is this really the spirit spring? Ling Shiqi couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. At this moment, Nine Leaves' displeased voice echoed, what are you in a daze for? Leng Shiqi no longer hesitated and directly jumped into the spirit spring. After he entered the spirit spring, he instantly felt countless pure spirit force enter his body from every pore. However, Leng Shiqi's cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, and his spirit techniques were almost complete. What he needed to do now was to use this spirit force to refine and replace the original spirit force in his body. At first, the process was very smooth. The spirit force in his body became more and more pure. He felt very comfortable soaking in the spirit spring and gradually forgot about time. After an unknown amount of time, Leng Shiqi began to feel that something was wrong. He looked inside himself and found that his spirit force had turned into 3 colors. They were white, black, and green. These 3 types of spirit force were clearly separated, but as time passed, the green spirit force began to grow. At this time, Leng Shiqi's spirit force would not grow. The green spirit force growing larger meant that the other 2 types of spirit force were decreasing. Although Leng Shiqi didn't know what was going on, he felt that this was not a good thing. The spirit force in his body was already very pure, so he planned to try to sublimate his spirit sea. As long as he had a spirit sea, he would be one step into the spirit pulse realm. He could slowly open up his spirit pulse in the future. However, at this moment, he discovered something even stranger. That was, whether it was the 7 fiend art or the 9 nether magic pattern, they could not fully mobilize the spirit force in his body. The 7 fiend art could only mobilize the white spirit force, while the 9 nether magic pattern could only mobilize the black spirit force, which was the demonic spirit force. Leng Shiqi felt something and hurriedly used the demonic beast technique to control the green spirit force. The green spirit force was the demonic spirit force. Leng Shiqi had a headache. He didn't know why this was happening in his body, but now it seemed that he had to mobilize 3 types of spirit force at the same time to sublimate his dantian into a spirit sea. What was worse was that 9 Leaves' voice also sounded, "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." With internal and external troubles, Leng Shiqi suddenly had a crazy idea in his mind. In that case, wouldn't it be fine if he used 3 cultivation methods at the same time? One had to say that this idea was extremely bold. Ordinary people would generally only practice one kind of cultivation method. Even if they obtained a higher level cultivation method, they would still replace the previous cultivation method. This was because there were many conflicts between different cultivation methods. Leng Shiqi had the system, so he could have several cultivation methods at the same time. But he had never thought of using several cultivation methods at the same time. For example, the 7 fiend art and the 9 nether magic pattern both used the same meridians. If he used 2 cultivation methods at the same time, those meridians would be squeezed by 2 different forces. There was no need to even mention the 3 cultivation techniques. However, Leng Shiqi had only one way now, so he had to try it. Chapter 222. Now Leng Shiqi had no other choice, and time did not allow him to hesitate. He could use the power of the spirit spring to operate his cultivation method without any scruples. If he missed this opportunity, where would he find spirit spring for him in the future? Since he had decided to do it, Leng Shiqi immediately operated the 7 fiends art, 9 nether devil pattern, and beast essence devil technique at the same time. As a result, he was able to mobilize all the spiritual power in his body. However, there was a problem. There were many conflicts between the meridians of these 3 cultivation methods. Some meridians needed to circulate the spiritual power of 2 cultivation methods at the same time, and some even needed to circulate the spiritual power of 3 cultivation methods at the same time. Leng Shiqi's meridians were suddenly filled with pain, and the most serious ones had already broken. However, Leng Shiqi did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he operated the cultivation method even faster. Gradually, the damage to his meridians became more and more serious. At this moment, a light illuminated Leng Shiqi's mind. Since spiritual techniques can be fused, why can't cultivation methods? Leng Shiqi grasped this flash of light, and then he used his experience of fusing spiritual techniques to find the commonalities of these 3 cultivation methods. He wanted to use these commonalities as a point of convergence to fuse the three cultivation methods. The 7 fiends art cultivated blood chi and fiendish chi, the 9 nether devil pattern cultivated demonic chi, and the beast essence devil technique cultivated demonic chi. What were the commonalities of these three cultivation methods? Fiendish chi, demonic chi, Lin Shiqi felt as if he had grasped something. His mind turned rapidly, and gradually, his mind became clearer and clearer. Finally, as if the clouds parted to reveal the sun, Lin Shiqi finally found the point. That was, yin. Whether it was blood chi, or demonic chi, they were all the extreme yin forces of this world. Suddenly, Lin Shiqi entered an incomparably wonderful state. If one looked carefully at his eyes, they would discover that he was in a strange state. One of his eyes was as clear as a mirror, while the other was chaotic. In this state, the three cultivation methods in Lin Shiqi's body no longer conflicted with each other, and they began to avoid each other. After a period of time, the three forces began to merge together in a bizarre manner. The three colors of spiritual power in Lin Shiqi's body began to become no longer distinct, but mixed together and turned into a gray spiritual power. At this moment, the gray spiritual power began to slowly rotate, and the rotation speed became faster and faster, forming a vortex. The spirit chi whirlpool was still shrinking. Every time it shrank, the spirit chi would become more viscous and pure. When the vortex shrank to the extreme, there was a change. All the spirit chi in Lin Shiqi's body disappeared and turned into a drop of gray spirit chi. However, this tiny drop was even purer and more majestic than the huge ball of spiritual energy he originally had. At this moment, he finally condensed his spiritual power into spirit liquid and successfully opened his spirit sea. Of course, Lin Shiqi's drop of spirit liquid was still far from the spirit sea, but he was one step into the spirit pulse realm. It was also because he had condensed his spiritual sea that the original three cultivation techniques had completely fused together at this moment. Boom! Lin Shiqi's aura suddenly increased by a few times, and his chest and back glowed with a strange light. First, it was the beast essence battle pattern of the spiritual ruin beast king behind him. The battle pattern was white with a bit of gold, but now it turned gray. Then Lin Shiqi's body began to grow, and he was a head taller. However, what was even more strange was that the beast essence battle pattern of the spiritual ruin beast king behind him slowly faded and finally disappeared. At the same time, the beast essence battle pattern of the red crag beast on his chest lit up, and then a beast armor appeared on his body. However, this beast armor was completely different from before. The original reddish-brown armor had turned pitch black. Furthermore, there was a sinister and terrifying spike growing out of every joint. There were even blood-colored patterns on the armor that flickered as if they were breathing. Now, Lin Shiqi looked like a demon that crawled out of the netherworld. He looked down at the changes in his body. He did not expect such a magical change after the cultivation methods were fused. Nine Leaf naturally also noticed the change in Lin Shiqi. She gave a soft cry of surprise, and said, "You really do have some skills. I can at most last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. You can try to open the spirit vein and see. If it doesn't work, we will have to leave." Lin Shiqi did not speak. He closed his eyes and felt the explosive power in his body while continuing to consider which spirit vein to open first. The Bloody Slaughter 7 Fiend art and the 9 Nether Devil pattern were different from the first spirit vein. Now that they had fused together, he naturally had a choice. Soon, Lin Shiqi decided to open the spirit vein of the Bloody Slaughter 7 Fiend art first. After all, he was a disciple of the Blood Robe Pavilion. If he opened other spirit veins first, wouldn't he be guilty of stealing? Many spirit cultivators who had just entered the spirit vein realm would choose to open the spirit vein on their right arm first because this was one of the spirit veins that could directly improve their combat strength. However, the Bloody Slaughter 7 Fiend art opened the spirit vein near the heart vein first. The Bloody Slaughter 7 Fiend art was best at controlling the power of blood, so this choice was understandable. Then Lin Shiqi began to try to open the spirit vein. Logically speaking, the difficulty of opening the spirit vein was actually above the spirit sea, and there was a certain amount of danger. For example, a spirit cultivator who had cultivated for decades could also sublimate the spirit sea, which was a process of accumulation. However, opening the spirit vein was not so simple. One must carefully control the spirit power at all times. If the spirit power was too weak, it would not be enough to open it. If the spirit power was too strong, it could destroy the spirit vein and cause it to fail. At first, Lin Shiqi was also a little worried, but he didn't expect that it would be so easy for him to do it. In less than half an incense stick's time, he successfully opened the first spirit vein and finally broke through to the spirit vein realm of the 4 realms of heaven. He thought about it for a moment. He had once drawn a special spiritual skill called Chakra Walk. He rarely used this spiritual skill, but it gave Lin Shiqi a very strong control over his Reiki. In addition, he had borrowed the power of Mo Ling and 9 Leave. He had personally experienced the power of a spirit vein realm master. Coupled with the fact that he was now in the spirit spring and had an incomparably huge power backing him, he could easily open the spirit vein. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible force between heaven and earth that suddenly poured into his body. Chapter 223. Lin Shiqi had just broken through to the spirit pulse realm when an invisible force drilled into his body. That power flowed through his limbs, bones, and internal organs, causing his entire body to feel a numbing sensation. Then, the beast essence battle runes on his body suddenly disappeared, and the scars on his body rapidly faded. Some small wounds were even directly erased, and even his skin seemed to be a little fairer. And his mystical strength had skyrocketed to the level of the late stage of the pure spirit realm. At the same time, his spiritual space suddenly shook, and the size of the space suddenly expanded by a full quarter. Stepping into the 4 realms of heaven and man meant that he had an innate body and was reborn to prolong his life. He was no longer a person of the same world as ordinary mortals and spirit cultivators. Pooh! Lin Shiqi jumped out of the spirit spring and landed on the ground. His body emitted a series of ka-ka sounds. He clenched his fist and a wave of spirit energy surged out. He felt the endless power in his body and suddenly wanted to shout a few times. He had finally broken through to the spirit pulse realm. A 14-year-old spirit pulse realm. Tang Heyu of the Tang family had stepped into the spirit pulse realm at the age of 24, shocking the entire Donglin County. However, Lin Shiqi had passed away a full 10 years earlier than him. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely alarm the entire Thunderfire dynasty and even the entire Falling Star continent. However, at this time, 9 Leaves shouted, "Not good. I feel the aura of that old sable, it's coming back." 9 Leaves' words were like a basin of cold water poured on Lin Shiqi's head, extinguishing his lofty aspirations of breaking through to the spirit pulse realm. What was worse was that 9 Leave could no longer control those rank 3 monsters. Lin Shiqi's mind moved, and a demonic light flashed on his body, and the pitch-black armor appeared again. He pulled 9 Leave and turned into a black phantom as he rushed out of the nest. Unfortunately, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the lair, he bumped into a wave of monstrous demonic chi. Vaguely, there was a demonic beast within the monstrous demonic chi. Its body was shrouded in black chi, and its eyes were glowing green. That was the rank 6 demonic beast, the demon Black Marten. Lin Shiqi couldn't help but stop. Right now, there was a rank 6 monster beast in front of him, and there were more than a dozen rank 3 monster beasts chasing after him. He was surrounded by enemies from both sides, and no matter if it was in front or behind, they could easily tear him apart. In that case, Lin Shiqi could only find another way to survive. However, he couldn't escape into the ground. Among those rank 3 demonic beasts, there was the earthbound rat. His burrowing speed was far inferior to the earthbound rat. Moreover, such a small trick like burrowing might not work in front of the Chaos Devil Black Marten. Since he couldn't walk in front or behind, and he couldn't burrow into the ground either, there was only one path left. That is, the sky. The Chaos Devil Black Marten was enveloped in a boundless demonic aura as it rapidly approached. The rank 3 demonic beasts behind it also pounced over. In this perilous situation, Ling Shiqi bent his knees slightly and then suddenly jumped up. He gathered his spirit energy and leaped over 100 feet into the air. However, his body didn't fall down. Instead, with a swoosh sound, a pair of pure white wings more than 10 feet long suddenly spread out from Ling Shiqi's back. He was wearing a demon-like armor, but a pair of holy wings spread out behind him, as if a demon god had descended to the world. That was the mid-level prize he had drawn not long ago, wings soaring sky. Ling Shiqi flapped his wings and his body quickly rose up. A few pure white feathers slowly fell, and his body was already several dozen feet above the ground. The Chaos Devil Black Marten cared about its precious spirit spring the most. Back then, in order to avoid the experts of the two sects and the heavenly tribulation, it had no choice but to leave its nest. However, it was always worried, so it caught some rank 3 demonic beasts to guard the spirit spring for it. As for the rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts, it also wanted to catch them, but those demonic beasts also had intelligence and had long run away. After the heavenly tribulation, the Chaos Devil Black Marten originally planned to hide for a while before returning. However, 2 days ago, it suddenly sensed that the spirit spring had been touched by someone. At first, it thought that the experts of the Imperial Beast Abode and the Blood Beast sect had discovered the spirit spring, so it still didn't dare to return. However, later on, it tentatively returned to the center of the mountain range and found that the people from the two sects had long left. This time, the Chaos Devil Black Marten was enraged and immediately rushed back, just in time to see the scene of Ling Shiqi escaping from the nest. The Chaos Devil Black Marten clearly felt the presence of the spirit spring on Ling Shiqi's body, and its heart was filled with violent anger and surging killing intent. Just as it was about to cut Ling Shiqi into pieces, the Ling Shiqi suddenly flew into the sky. A spiritual pulse realm cultivator could also fly. This scene broke the Chaos Devil Black Marten's understanding, but it couldn't dispel its anger and hatred. The Chaos Devil Black Marten let out a strange scream, and then a black and green liquid as thick as a bucket shot directly towards the Ling Shiqi in the air like an arrow. Ling Shiqi saw the black and green arrow from afar and felt a chill down his spine. He knew that if he was hit by this arrow, even if he had 2 lives, it wouldn't be enough. At this time, Nine Leaves said, "This is the Chaos Devil Black Marten's unique Chaos Devil Chi. Not only does it disrupt the flow of spiritual power, it also has a strong corrosive effect. It recognizes my presence, so I can't help you. You can only rely on yourself." Hearing this, Ling Shiqi's face darkened. He flapped his wings and flew higher and higher. Unfortunately, this was the first time he used his wings, and he didn't have any experience, so his flying speed was still a bit slow. The most important thing was that his speed was even slower than the Chaos Devil Chi. As Ling Shiqi flew high, his hands moved, and waves of demonic chi surged out. The demonic chi instantly condensed into 2 demonic spears. He moved his arms, and the 2 demonic spears drew 2 demonic crosses in the air and fell straight down. The 2 demonic spears met the Chaos Devil Chi, and there were 2 loud bangs in the air. The 2 demonic spears were as fragile as paper and were shattered by the Chaos Devil Chi in the blink of an eye. So strong. Ling Shiqi was secretly shocked. Although he was shocked, his hands didn't slow down. He clenched his fists and smashed them down. In an instant, a tiger's roar resounded through the sky, and a grey tiger phantom jumped out of his fists and charged towards the Chaos Devil Chi. Ling Shiqi then slapped out 6 times, and 6 fiery palm shadows appeared one after another. With a thought, the 6 fiery palm shadows suddenly merged into one, and condensed into a huge palm shadow that was 10 feet tall. There was a layer of faint green light on the flames of the palm shadow. He held the 6 young poisonous fire palm and slammed it down. At this time, Ling Shiqi was nearly 100 feet in the air, and the Chaos Devil Chi gradually weakened. It hit the tiger phantom first, and in a breath's time, it tore the tiger apart. Then, the Chaos Devil Chi met the huge fiery palm shadow, and the two exploded into brilliant sparks in the sky. After a few breaths, the huge fiery palm shadow completely scattered like fireworks. However, the Chaos Devil Chi was obviously weakened, and now there was only a small half left. Ling Shiqi held two strange purple scimitars in his hands. He poured all of his spiritual power into the scimitars, and the purple light on the blades was very dazzling. When the Chaos Devil Chi approached, Ling Shiqi slashed out two crescent-shaped purple sword lights, and each sword light was 10 feet long. The strange thing was that the two saber lights were not directly slashed out by Ling Shiqi. Instead, they moved closer to each other and formed a round purple moon. In the bright sun, a round purple moon suddenly appeared, and this purple moon was completely formed by extremely sharp sword lights. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The Chaos Devil Chi hit the purple moon sword lights. Chapter 224. The purple moon saber aura blocked the demon chi, and Ling Shiqi immediately felt an unimaginable force coming from his hands that were holding the saber. The impact shattered the armor on his arms, and blood oozed out from his palms. Fortunately, the mixed demon aura only had about 30% of its power left. Now that it had collided with the purple moon sword aura, it could not break through for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Shiqi continued to flap his wings, using the high altitude to wear down the mixed demon aura. At the same time, he could also avoid the mixed demon mystic minx attack. The purple moon in front of Ling Shiqi was also fading and shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It did not seem to be able to hold on for much longer. Finally, the purple moon sword aura shattered after 10 breaths. What was even more frightening was that the pair of 4th-grade spirit sabers in Ling Shiqi's hands also shattered. Ling Shiqi's heart ached. He had coveted this pair of spirit sabers for a long time on Blood Mist Island. Finally, it fell into his hands. It could be said that this pair of spirit sabers had been with him ever since he came to the outside world. Unfortunately, they were still destroyed by the attack of a 6th-grade demon beast. The purple moon fell and the spirit sabers shattered, but the mixed demon aura still existed. Although it was much weaker than before and probably only had 10% of its power left, Ling Shiqi still felt that his life was in danger. The mixed demon aura had already shot in front of Ling Shiqi. At this moment, he took out a small brown umbrella from his mustard seed bag. This umbrella was the 4th-grade defensive spirit weapon that Feng Shamo rewarded him with, the mountain umbrella. Ling Shiqi hurriedly opened the mountain umbrella in front of him. At the same time, the mixed demon aura also attacked. In an instant, Ling Shiqi heard a few cracking sounds. He did not need to look to know that there were cracks on the mountain umbrella. The 4th-grade defensive spirit weapon was so weak in front of the weakened mixed demon aura. The mountain umbrella did not live up to its name. It could not even block a single strand of demon aura and followed in the footsteps of the spirit sabers. Although the mountain-holding umbrella was completely broken, the demonic chi had almost completely dissipated. Only a tiny bit of it surged into Ling Shiqi's body. In an instant, the pitch-black armor on Ling Shiqi's chest and abdomen emitted sizzling sounds as small holes were corroded one after another. At the same time, there was also a faint demonic aura burrowing into his body, constantly corroding his flesh and meridians. Ling Shiqi was shocked and hurriedly mobilized his spirit energy to dissolve the demonic aura. However, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. He had clearly suffered internal injuries. The good news was that the demonic chi had finally dissipated, and the Ling Shiqi had already flown high into the clouds. He quickly checked his injuries. Fortunately, they weren't too serious, so he didn't use healing touch. He had finally blocked the attack of a rank 6 monster. He had exhausted all his means, destroyed 2 4th-tier spirit artifacts, and suffered external and internal injuries. Only then was he able to block the demonic chi that shot over from afar. That was the power of a rank 6 monster. At this moment, Nine Leaves said with a slightly surprised tone, "I almost wanted to make a move just now. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve." Ling Shiqi's heart sank. Although he had blocked the attack of the demonic sable, he had also exposed a lot of his secrets. For example, this pair of wings, demonic skills, tiger wave stomping fist, 6-yang poisonous fire palm, half moonlight slash, and so on. It could be said that other than the chaotic flower's gradually dazzling eyes that Nine Leaf had never seen before, he had nothing else to hide in front of Nine Leaf. However, he really didn't have any other methods. He couldn't bet on whether Nine Leaf would save him or not. It was better to hold the opportunity in his own hands than to entrust it to others. And even if Nine Leaf really made a move, her aura would be recognized by the demonic sable. If it spread to the Imperial Beast Abode and Blood Beast sect, then what awaited them would be a disaster. Nine Leaf seemed to have seen through Ling Shiqi's thoughts and said, "What, do you think you've exposed too many secrets? Don't worry, we signed an equal blood contract. Unless I'm crazy, I won't harm you." Ling Shiqi nodded silently. Nine Leaf continued, "Okay, since you've broken through to the Spirit Pulse realm and your combat power isn't bad, you should prepare some rank 2 monster cores for me. I only need a few dozen and I can recover to a rank 3 monster." Ling Shiqi asked tentatively, "Can this matter be delayed? I want to wait until my realm is completely stabilized." Nine Leaf answered straightforwardly, "Of course. By the way, your wings are some kind of high-level spirit artifact, right? How long can you use them for?" Ling Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. Nine Leaf could tell at a glance that he couldn't use the wings for a long time. It could be seen how sharp his eyes were. He said, "I can only use them for about an hour." "Okay, let's hurry to the periphery. Since Old Sable is back, the remaining old friends might also be back. Be careful not to bump into them." To be called an old friend by Nine Leaf, it had to be a rank 6 monster. Ling Shiqi couldn't care less about his injuries and quickly flew out of the center of the mountain range. This time, it only took an hour for Ling Shiqi to fly to the periphery with Nine Leaf. The time limit of the wings was also up. Ling Shiqi soon found that there were very few rank 3 monsters here. It seemed that the demonic miasma mountain range was slowly returning to normal. Ling Shiqi opened up a space underground and prepared to consolidate his Spirit Pulse realm cultivation and heal his injuries. Only then did he notice 2 system notifications: the system is about to upgrade. It will take 30 natural days. The system will not be able to be used during the upgrade. The system has detected that the host cultivates an unknown cultivation method. Please name the cultivation method. Ling Shiqi wasn't surprised when he saw the first message. Every time he broke through a realm, the system would also upgrade. He was used to it. However, the second message surprised Ling Shiqi a little. Looking at this sentence, he opened the system and saw that there was a series of question marks behind the cultivation method in his information. Ling Shiqi thought about it. In fact, the information in the system had never been complete. This was because all the unique skills he had comprehended alone were not recorded by the system. This time, he had accidentally merged 3 cultivation methods and messed up the records of the cultivation methods in the original information. This meant that the system could detect the situation in his body, but it couldn't detect his thoughts and thoughts. Then Ling Shiqi thought about it. He should give his current cultivation method a name. His current cultivation method was a fusion of the 7 Fiend Blood Slaughter Art, the Netherworld Demon Pattern Diagram, and the Beast Essence Devil Technique. Originally, these 3 cultivation methods were all incomplete. Ling Shiqi didn't know what rank the cultivation method would be after the fusion, but in short, it was much higher than rank 4. Ling Shiqi thought for a moment. Based on the principle that the longer the name, the more powerful it was, he named the cultivation method, Heaven Fiend Netherworld Demon Beast Blood Slaughter Record. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.